As a food and agriculture business in the Western United States, your goals are simple: to succeed, to grow, to thrive. But in this changing economic landscape, it's not easy. In order to truly meet your goals, you need to reach out, broaden your horizons, look at new markets. And the best way to do that is through exporting. Maybe you've already considered it, or maybe not. Either way, you probably have questions like, what country would want my products? How would I contact buyers or develop a working relationship? And what about things like packaging, competition, international laws and requirements, language barriers? At first blush, it can seem a little overwhelming, but you're not in it alone. In fact, there's an organization specifically designed to make the exporting process simple, straightforward, and affordable to help you gain new business overseas and, in the end, make you more profitable. That organization? The Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. With more than 35 years of experience, our goal at WUSADA is simple: to take the complications out of exporting, all while creating opportunities, connecting you with the international buyers, and dramatically increasing your reach and revenue. We do it in partnership with the Western State Departments of Agriculture through 3 cost-effective programs. With Fund Match, we provide 50% cost reimbursement on eligible international marketing expenses, increasing your reach while stretching your dollars further. In fact, participants regularly see an ROI of more than 200 to 1 or greater. Global Connect provides companies the opportunity to participate in international trade activities, all totally turnkey and designed for a maximum return. We help connect you with buyers, give you in-country market intelligence, even provide interpreter assistance, all for a minimal cost. And with education resources like market trend webinars and program seminars, we provide valuable market research and timely market insights, keeping you in the know while driving your long-term success. Whether you participate in one of these programs or all 3, you'll start to see the results right away. At WUSADA, we do more than make a promise. We make a difference. You can see it in our results. On average, our participants have reported nearly $1 billion in total export sales yearly. Exporting made easy, made affordable, made profitable. The Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. We can make the world your customer. Exporting is a new way to help you succeed, grow, and thrive. Contact us today to find out exactly how you could benefit from our programs. Sign up for our newsletter to learn more. Like the message? Be sure and share this with others in your industry. Thank you.
agribusiness product and you're ready to start selling it internationally. You just need to find some buyers for your product. That's why we would like to tell you about 2 options WUSADA has to help companies meet buyers and learn about different foreign markets. Doing this on your own requires a lot of time and effort, so WUSADA, as part of its Global Connect program, is making the whole process more accessible with their inbound and outbound trade missions. These excellent opportunities eliminate some of the struggles that agribusinesses face, like expensive trips to foreign markets, learning a new culture, and setting up appointments. On an inbound mission, WUSADA sponsors a group of pre-qualified foreign buyers to visit 2 of WUSADA's 13 member states during their time in the U.S., where they will have an opportunity to meet with Western U.S. suppliers in a one-on-one format. Each supplier will be given a 6-foot table where they can set up a presentation of their product, just like at a trade show. Buyers sit down one-on-one with them for windows of 20 to 45 minutes. The missions are a lot like speed dating, but instead of being rushed through 5 minutes of awkward conversation, you get focused, personal time with genuinely interested buyers ready to hear all about your product. Since buyers only have time to visit 2 of WUSADA's 13 member states during an inbound mission, this efficient setup allows suppliers to travel to multiple missions even if it doesn't take place in your home state. Present to interested buyers and get back home all in one day. WUSADA makes it easy to participate regardless of your home state. Let's say you're based in Montana and the inbound mission is taking place in Washington and Arizona. You can hop on a plane in Montana in the morning, meet with the buyers in Washington, and be back home in Big Sky Country by evening. It's a unique, low-cost, time-saving, can't-miss opportunity to meet with the top buyers of U.S. products without having to leave the country. Outbound missions are a fantastic opportunity to meet buyers on their home turf. You'll get the same one-on-one opportunity to promote your product. The added benefit here is that you will get a first-hand look at your potential foreign market, its trends, customs, and preferences. You'll get an in-depth look at food service and retail locations and get some market intelligence from WUSADA's local in-country partners. Since you'll be traveling as a group with other companies, you'll also get the chance to collaborate and share ideas. All the tours and meetings are arranged for you by WUSADA, so all you have to do is focus on promoting your product. The inbound and outbound missions are one-of-a-kind, low-cost, low-stress opportunities to get your product directly in front of the people who can make a difference when it comes to selling your product. Visit our events calendar to find out about upcoming inbound and outbound trade missions and how to register at wusada.org.
Hafa day, everyone. My name is John Holman, and I serve as the Director of the Pacific for the United States Commercial Service, U.S. Department of Commerce. I'm based in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I run an office here that helps companies from across the Pacific, including those on Guam, to sell their products and services internationally. Now, my agency, the U.S. Commercial Service, has offices in 80 countries around the world, most often at the U.S. embassies. And what we do is we help companies of all sizes, from mom and pops and startups all the way up to Fortune 500 companies, to sell their products and services that are made in the U.S. in international markets. Now, one of our core services that we utilize to help companies connect internationally is called the Gold Key service. And that's where you tell us what type of companies or partners you would like to connect with in the markets you're targeting. We tell them about your product or service, and then my colleagues in that country, let's say South Korea, would then contact companies that meet your criteria, tell them about you and your business, and if there's interest on the foreign side, then we'll introduce you to all those pre-screened partners. And because we're the U.S. government, tends to shake out less legitimate partners on the foreign side and give your business immediate credibility in their eyes. And so that's called the Gold Key service. And for small businesses, the cost is $950, and that's to arrange a number of matchmaking meetings with pre-screened, pre-qualified partners. Now you can do a partial gold key, which is where you get interest from prospective partners, and that's called an initial market check, and that costs just $350. Congress requires we charge a little something to cover our costs of setting up these meetings and doing this legwork, but it's a tremendous value for small companies in finding qualified partners. And I also must mention that if your company makes a food or beverage product, then we have to defer to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They have offices in 25 countries, and where we overlap, they handle matchmaking. So many of the major markets in Asia, such as Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, China, Australia, all those markets have a foreign ag service office. So if your product is food or beverage, and you're interested in the gold key in any of those key markets, and we have to defer to USDA. Otherwise, we can support your business, whether it's in architecture and engineering services or apparel products or other consumer goods that you'd be interested in exporting. I hope that helps. And with that, I'll say half a day.
Hafaday, and welcome everyone to the Guam Economic Development Authority's Taking the Leap Beyond Guam, Exporting for Businesses Virtual Export Conference. I'm Norman Analista, and it is my honor to serve as your MC today. I'm so excited to once again be a part of this event and look forward to the discussions we will have. Before we start, we ask that you put yourself on mute and disable your video. If you have any questions during any of the sessions or have any technical issues, please use the chat box. Also, please note that we will be recording today's conference. To start off the conference, let me first hand it off to GEDA CEO and Administrator, Melanie Mendiola.
Thank you, Norm, for once again emceeing our Taking the Leap Beyond Guam Export Conference. But before we even continue with the program, I just want to know, Norm, I was looking at your shirt. That does not look like an Analista & Co. original. It's very muted. Norm, are you there? For those of you who don't know, Norm is actually an entrepreneur himself. He's the owner of Analista & Co., which is known for its bold designs, as you can tell from Norm's individuality. Purchases for his fashion wear have come from the US, Philippines, Japan, Hong Kong, Canada, Dubai, Scotland, and Bulgaria. I mean, all the continents. He's got everyone. He's even got celebrities wearing his gear, from Montel Jordan to T-Boz from TLC to American Idol Season 11 runner-up Jessica Sanchez and celebrity vlogger Perez Hilton. But moving on from Norm's fashions, Hafaday, and thank you all for joining us today for our third Taking the Leap Beyond Guam Export Conference. The conference is a culmination of GEDA's State Trade and Export Program, funded in part by the Small Business Administration. Guam STEP is intended to assist eligible small businesses entering and succeeding in the international marketplace. I want to recognize our partners, the Guam Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Women's Chamber, the Guam Unique Merchandise and Arts, who we've been partnering a lot with for our small business programs, the University of Guam Global Learning and Engagement, who helped us with all the planning and logistics in the back end of this conference, and the Guam Small Business Development Center, who's our main partner in the STEP program. I also want to thank Hawaii STEP and CNMI STEP for collaborating with us and identifying several of their successful participants to share their stories as part of our agenda, and for encouraging their businesses to join us today, as the information they share would benefit anyone who would participate. The purpose of the event is to provide local small businesses and entrepreneurs with the necessary tools and strategies to export to international markets in the current economic climate. I hope that you stay for the entire duration and encourage you to be active participants throughout all the sessions. Feel free to ask questions or share information on the chat box. I look forward to great conversations, new contacts made, useful information shared, opportunities created to learn from our many speakers and to be inspired by them. Thank you again for joining, and let's get going. To open up our conference, it's my pleasure to bring our Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Joshua Tenorio, to give some opening remarks. An important comment I just wanted to make as an aside was that 3 years ago, we launched the first Taking the Leap conference, and it was actually the Lieutenant Governor's idea. We had mentioned to him that we wanted to have something, but we're concerned about all the COVID protocols. And he said, well, why don't you go online? And here we are today doing our third conference. Lieutenant Governor Joshua Tenorio has always been, has also been the focal point for the Business Licensing and Permitting Task Force, and has been an advocate for the streamlining of the business licensing and permitting process. And that's a long road and a huge challenge that this administration has taken on, made some progress, but we continue to try to make more, to make things easier for people to get their doors open so that entrepreneurs can take the leap. With that, we'd like to welcome you, and the floor is yours, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you so much, Mel, and hafa day to everybody. Good morning. It's an exciting time for all of you taking the initiative and taking the time to come out and establish, I think, this growing community of local Guam businesses that are taking that leap beyond Guam. So I want to thank GEDA, of course, for hosting this conference, and UOG for this great partnership. And I understand we have participants that are coming from the Northern Marianas and Hawaii and elsewhere to kind of give their perspective about their local efforts in their jurisdictions to try and export their businesses. But I think we have a unique opportunity to listen to our own. And a little later today, you'll be hearing from Lenny and Pika Farron from Denancy, Guam, Marie Guerrero from Everything Guam, Gary Tanaka from the Coconut Tree Company, Andrea Muir from Guam Leaf, Chelsea Munya from Natural Being, and Joy Santos from Kingfisher's Noni, and local Jerk Guam's Marvin Crisostomo. They'll be talking to you about some of the things that they've been going through as they continue their mission to grow and expand their export business. Through this GEDA's Guam Step, these companies and others are getting the export readiness trainings, resources, and opportunities for potential growth into the international market. In fact, I know that the Coconut Tree Company, Guam Leaf, Natural Being, and Local Jerk Guam just came back from the ASD Market Week trade show in Las Vegas, where they showcased their made in Guam products to more than 45,000 buyers and distributors from all over the world. This is the third year that we have supported local companies attending ASD Market Week Guam, and look forward to more companies participating in the future. I'm also excited that as part of Guam Step and GEDA's partnership with the Western United States Agricultural Association, some of our local companies participated in the Palau trade mission earlier this year. My understanding is that we are planning to do it again next year, and I'm hoping we can even start looking at future trade missions to Japan, Korea, and other countries in the region. Getting our local businesses to the level of exporting, or even to the point of participating in trade shows and trade missions, is something that takes time, resources, and expertise. And it not only requires a commitment from government, but also partnerships with the local business community. I know that GEDA small business programming has been supported through partnerships with Guam SBDC and the Guam Unique Merchandise and Art GUMA. The Guam Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, and other local trade organizations are also instrumental in supporting our local small businesses. So I encourage our continued partnerships. Small businesses are indeed the backbone of our local economy and are instrumental in the economic strength of our island. Our administration is fully committed to the continued growth and success of our businesses, both locally and in international markets. So we support events like today and programs like Guam Step to ensure our entrepreneurs and small businesses have the resources they need to take advantage of opportunities in front of them. And yes, these include opportunities beyond Guam, beyond our shores. Through exports, our businesses and locally made products bring a taste of Guam and the hafa day spirit to the rest of the world. I hope to hear from all of you and maybe some suggestions. As you heard from Mel, we've embarked on a very long task of updating and reforming our business permitting and license program on Guam. And I have to say that it is indeed complicated sometimes, but I believe that we need to simplify things. And I think that the next effort is going to be really examining whether or not the rules, the regulations, and the systems that we have in place truly are appropriate and practical for Guam. I think all of you have had your share of experiences, and I know from the GUMA group that some of the village-based businesses are struggling to take off because of some regulatory requirements. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to take a deeper look into these barriers, removing them, and making Guam truly a business-friendly and a responsible place for doing business. There certainly can be that great balance. So I look forward to the conversations you have today, from the experience of the entrepreneurs and small businesses to the resources and opportunities available. And I encourage all of you to take something from this conference or give us something. Give us a clue, give us a suggestion, give us that very, very, very impractical and maybe not well thought about regulation or rule that is strangleholding you. Maybe we'll be able to prioritize that and get things resolved in a faster way. This is an enormous task, but I think that if we break them down and we especially know things that are more relevant to help you succeed, then we'll be able to do our job for you. So thank you very much for joining this great conference. I look forward to hearing great from you and look forward to all the partnerships in the future. Suzus Masi.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, for your remarks. We look forward to your continued support and commitment to our small business community by ensuring they have the resources they need to take advantage of new opportunities that come their way. For entrepreneurs and businesses that are looking to export, being able to say that your product is made in Guam makes your product unique and is a huge selling point, especially in the tourism market. The Guam Product Seal distinguishes products that are authentically made in Guam. To learn more about GEDA's Guam Product Seal program, we have a pre-recorded video so you can hear directly from some of these businesses with products that are made in Guam.
My name is Asia Sayama Davis. My company is Honey Threads, and I started my business back in February 2022. And I handmake and sell scrunchies and also other variety of accessories. I was trying to look for a need of what customers here are looking for. And you know how our island is humid. I decided to sew scrunchies, but not just any ordinary scrunchie. I decided to make something that was more beneficial to the hair, so that way it prevents any hair damages like breakage or split ends. I've been a Guam Product Seal holder for about over a year, since August of 2022. So it is extremely beneficial that I have the Guam Product Seal logo on my product. It shows that I have credibility, that I am handmade here on Guam locally. And this gives an opportunity for me to basically display to my customers that they are supporting someone local here on island. So the Made in Guam Product Seal helped my marketing and sales is that it gives my business a credibility that I am locally handmade here on Guam. And this helped me tremendously with my online sales, especially because I receive online orders from locals who reside in the mainland or somewhere where they're stationed in Europe, such as England. People can find me on my website at www.honeythreads.com. My Instagram tag is honeythreadsguam, HUNNY. They can also find me on Facebook, Honey Threads Guam, and TikTok, Honey Threads. Never let anyone tell you cannot achieve your dreams. No matter how long or difficult the journey will be, in the end it'll be worthwhile. Support local and support a local dream.
Hi, I'm Johnny Arceo. I'm the co-owner and head brewer for Antigua Brewing. We've been in business for about 2 years, and we've also been a GPS permit holder for about the same amount of time, about 2 years. I first started as a home brewer back in about 2015, and since then I've just been kind of brewing for myself and friends and family. Serving to people while I was home brewing versus serving to people now, it wasn't really a big leap, a big step, or a big difference, because back when I was home brewing, I was approached to do a local craft beer festival, to have a booth of my home beer, me and another home brewer. So we had our own booth, and we just had one beer each, and our line was just out the door. It was the longest line for, I think we've done the festival 3 or 4 times already, and each time our lines were always just super long. And I would talk to the people every time, and they're like, you gotta open it up, you gotta open up, you gotta open up. So, and they'll tell me how my beer is. So from that feedback is when I finally realized I should open up a business. It's 2023, you source your stuff out everywhere. You source your manufacturing and your materials and everything everywhere else. For us to be able to do enough locally to have the Guam product seal and to say that we made this in Guam. And once we start having more merchandise and more cans and bottles and stuff like that, to have that label on it just shows more of a authenticity to what we have. So we do have plans to expand in the next few years and get a bigger brewery, the brew house, the brew system, and a bigger brewery as in the building itself. So we're trying to double, if not triple, the amount that we're doing right now. And then along the lines, we will start definitely canning, kegging, bottling for export, hopefully internationally, but we're trying to stick with locally first. You can find us on social media on our Instagram at Antigua Brewing. Cheers for being made in Guam, and remember to support local.
Hi, my name is Charlie Hermosa. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Bellowings Aviation. I think that most of us know our company by the beautiful drone shows that we put on during Liberation, Christmas, New Year's. In fact, the company is actually a full drone service provider, and we do a full magnitude of different services utilizing drone technology. And we've been in business for a little bit over 3 years. And one of the things that we started looking at about a year ago was actually looking into the manufacturing space. We saw a lot of opportunities to be able to play into the technology aspect of creating drones locally.
About our friends at Bellowings Aviations, as they were awarded the Guam Product Seal on Thursday.
I also want to give a big shout out to those who are running the Guam Product Seal department and those in GEDA. I mean, honestly, the importance of having the Guam Product Seal has been huge for us because it has raised a lot of awareness outside in the tech market, in the drone market, because we've had tons of companies asking us what we're doing. That is sort of what we believe that the seal really represents. Again, this is just a sort of a phase one. We're going to continue to grow and manufacture, and definitely, our focus is going to keep going with the export side. That's the aspect that we want to be able to play into. So we're really, really, really proud of being able to be part of this program, and the support that we received has been overwhelming. We want to change the world using drone technology. We can also, not only with the website, with www.bellowingsaviation.com, but you can also follow us on Instagram, Bellowings Guam. And we're always posting on LinkedIn as well, Bellowings Aviation on LinkedIn. And you can see all our connections and everything that we're doing, and you can follow us on our journey.
My name is Monica Mantanonia. I am the owner of Mantanonia's Lanyan Nizuk. I hear a lot of stories about looking for coconut oil, the locally made coconut oil, and their difficulties in finding it. They see that I have it. Whole new conversation comes up. How someone has a certain skin condition that they'd like to give it a try for. There's a whole lot of excitement in finding relief to what itches, or finding a relief to what burns. My product line consists of pure coconut oil, body cream, and soon-to-be Coco BV, which is the lip balm. I acquired the Guam Product Seal permit a few months after I had gotten the business license in February. When I acquired the Guam Product Seal logo and placing it on my label, it was just so perfect. There is a pride behind that. It's a stepping stone, most definitely in the right direction. To have that seal, it's almost like a Guam flag, having the Guam flag displayed. This particular item, it's not only from Guam, but it's made from natural resources from the island. I absolutely love it. The coconut oil is pure. The nuts are grown locally. As for the body cream, I use that same pure coconut oil, local honey beeswax, which I'm so happy about, and aloe vera gel. They can follow me on Instagram to find out which pop-up event I will be at next. There are so many talented folks living down south. I feel that it was about time I came out along with them to showcase what I can do.
my name is Libby Kitchcho, and I'm the owner of Love by Libby, handmade jewelry, Guam jewelry, and we've been in business for 2 years, since 2022. So I started by making my own jewelry because I was allergic. I would disassemble jewelry and I would take it off and put the stainless steel because it's so hard to come by fashion jewelry with nickel-free post. And I started doing that, and then people like my jewelry, and then I started making for family and friends. Our Instagram is love.by.libby, and my website is lovebylibby.com. We're also on Facebook as Love by Libby. So the Guam product seal has really helped my business, especially for the tourists, because I put the logo out on my in my store, in my shop, my pop-up shop, and when tourists come, they point at the seal, and then they feel like they're trustworthy to buy my product. I do feel that Guam product seal has attracted a lot of customers, especially the tourists. I have had a lot of questions of what is that seal, and I explain it to them. And that's one thing about the Guam product seal. Why I'm so proud of it is because of the fact that people entrust in you that this is actually made in Guam. And people, when they see that seal, they're like, oh, she's a Guam product seal. Because honestly, I didn't realize that we were going to be like this big. I mean, to me, this is big. Oh, I get so excited when people are wearing my jewelry. But yeah, when I see people, I have a light in me, like I'm so proud of it. But I'm more like happy that people are wearing my jewelry and they love it, and they can still wear it.
Folks, don't forget to buy local and make sure to look for that GPS logo on the packaging. For companies that want to become a GPS permit holder or to learn more about that program, please visit the GEDA website at investguam.com. Now I'd like to bring up the panelists for our next session, From Local to Global. You'll be hearing from companies based in our neighboring villages of Sinamai and Hawaii, as well as from companies from the continent. Let me now hand it off to Mel and the rest of the panel to talk story about how they went from local to global.
Awesome. Thank you, Norm. So again, this plenary is called From Local to Global. It's to discuss best practices and challenges of successful companies from different industries in various stages of business, growing locally and internationally, with a focus on how these guys developed their international brand and reach. And so joining us today, we have Lenny Ferrin, owner of Denancy Guam, Charlie Hermosa, CEO of Bella Wings, who you saw in the video earlier, Joy Santos, sales manager for Kingfisher's Noni, Byron Gu, CEO of T-Chest Hawaii, and Wade Byram, Director of Development and Engagement from Western United States Agriculture and Trade Association, affectionately known by us as WUSATA. Mr. Byram is going to talk about, WUSATA is not a business. They're more similar to a non-governmental organization, but similar to how GUMA works specifically in Guam and the Northern Marianas, WUSATA focuses on the Western region. So we'll hear a lot from that from him today. All right, so thank you to all our panelists for joining us. I'd like to thank Jamie Lum from Hawaii STEP for connecting us to her STEP companies, and for Kiyoshi Cody from the CNMI STEP for suggesting Kingfisher's Noni, which has a presence both in Guam and the CNMI. The purpose of this panel, again, is to take a look at how these companies are taking their companies from local to global. All right, let's go ahead and start off. So I'll go ahead and, who wants to be the first to answer? Let's go ahead and go with our sort of off island. Joy, I know you're right here in Guam, but let's go with Joy and Byron. So how about Byron first, since you're the furthest away? How successful were you domestically before you decided to start exporting?
Never successful enough. We, our export journey. Thank you for having me, by the way. I really appreciate the opportunity to connect. And, I live by a phrase, iron sharpens iron as one person sharpens another. And I'd rather not talk about me, but I'd rather be available to, people who have questions about exporting. This
Oh,
call
Byron,
takes me back to.
before you launch into to answering the question, tell us a bit about your business.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much. We are tea manufacturers. We make a product called Hawaiian Natural Tea, and this is the #1 actually tea gift product in Hawaii. And then we also do some loose teas, and we have another brand called Island Essence. And so this is that here. Now, what you just saw here is retail, consumer-facing products. But actually, that's not how we started. We started as a B2B company, and we supply gourmet tea to the hotels, restaurants, and hospitality industry here in Hawaii. And we're good at what we do. Well, our company is 27, 28 years old. We started in 1995. There was no one in the space at that time. And we saw what happened to wine, what's happening to coffee. And all trends indicated that it was going to happen to tea. So we jumped into the tea space rather early. We knew that consumers were becoming much more educated and demanding upon what's on their plate and what they're putting into their mouths. And so that's how we partnered. That's how we aligned ourselves with the hospitality industry. We provided them with expertise. We provided them with never before product selections, and then equipment, etc. Okay, so fast forward the company to 12 years ago, right? We were on the verge of asking ourselves, okay, what's the next step for us? What's going to be the next revenue stream? And we hadn't tried exporting yet. But in Hawaii, I'm sure this pattern is similar to Guam. We have 1 million local residents, but we have 10 million visitors a year. So we said, hey, is there an opportunity for us to export? And so we began to look around for training, for a class, for something to give us more insight, because frankly, it was daunting. We didn't know anything about exporting. Everything that we brought in was imported. We didn't know anything about going in the other direction. And so US Commerce had a class called Export University. It was great. It was a 6-week trial. It really dug deep into, one, the markets that we're looking at, what our products and NICS codes and things like that. And so it really got granular. And I created out of that class what I call even today my export Bible. And it was all about what our codes are, how to label our products, etc. And today we export to Japan and Canada. And quite frankly, we've learned a lot about exporting to the continent. So we call the mainland. So anything that goes over water out of our state, we consider that part of our export routine.
Beautiful, thank you. So it sounds like you're a pretty mature company or growing company when you got into this sort of niche. Now, similarly, I know that Lenny Feheran brings from Denancy, Guam, was in the industry, was already in F&B before he decided to launch Denancy. Lenny, do you want to tell us a little bit about it and just kind of I know you're kind of in the beginnings of your export journey. Can you tell us about some of your experiences?
Yeah, I mean, it's a journey. It's long. I don't even really know where to start or where the real beginning was. I mean, I guess I could start with the restaurants. Lucky for me, I was able to test the waters of the industry, see what people like to eat. And obviously on Guam, they like hot pepper. And that allowed me to work closely with the farmers as well, working through my restaurants. And being able to test the market directly, and with all kinds of different food. For me, that was, the evolution of my hot sauce. And it turned into, it seems like something so basic, but Guam's never really had its own hot sauce. I mean, we all know Doni Denancy, which is great. Everybody loves Doni Denancy, but You know, the Nancy brand is like the slang, right, version of it. It's a brand, it's the drizzle, it's a hot sauce. And it became more than just a hot sauce because we're working so close with our farmers. And, you know, especially after something as devastating as Typhoon Mawar, we definitely feel like how closely that bond and relationship has to be, and how important it is for our growth.
Some early, have you started exporting already, Lenny?
Yeah, we do some e-commerce. We are reaching out to, you know, people in F&B that we know in the mainland, you know, nationwide. And it's just trying to get, we're trying to learn and, you know, fill the waters out to export internationally to, you know, countries that are actually closer to us than the US, you know, as far as location wise. And so, yeah, we're working with, you know, within our means right now. And our means is, you know, based on what the farmer supplies are available throughout Guam and the CNMI. And then also where we can, the cheapest way to get our product overseas.
Now, Miss Joy, over at Kingfisher's Noni, you've been in business for a little while now. And I think if we can also take a step back with you just for a moment, can you just talk to us a little bit about the product itself that you supply, Noni? Why, what consumers, what are the benefits of Noni and things like that?
Okay, so we've been in business probably since 2000 in Saipan in 2002, and then in Guam in 2003. But Noni, it's a really great, we like to call it the Pacific superfruit, right? It's high in antioxidants, it's got antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. So it's really just, it's great for your entire body, your skin, your hair, even at the cellular level. So
beautiful. And where do you currently export?
From Saipan, we currently export to Korea. And then, like Lenny, we also do a little bit of e-commerce through Amazon. But yeah, just for Korea for right now.
And what was how did you develop that? How did you start exporting to Korea?
So the the vendor that we worked with, she actually resided in Saipan before. And it started really like she would visit Korea, right? And bring all the products that we had from our shop and pass it out to friends and family. And from there, it started to be, you know, through experience, it's like her friends and family would ask her, like, where can I buy this? You know, it's such a great product. And so for a while there, she was flying back and forth from Saipan to Korea just to purchase our products. And then, you know, the demand started to grow in Korea, and that's when she really started to look into, you know, how can she buy from us in bulk so that she doesn't have to fly from Korea to Saipan every few weeks or so. And that's really where it started. We had a already existing relationship with her, so.
Wow. Okay. And we'll talk a little bit more about exporting to Korea in just a moment. But I'd like to give the floor for a moment to Mr. Charlie Hermosa from Bella Wings. Now, Charlie, you are one of our latest GPS holders. And you're doing some manufacturing as well as, well, you're doing all kinds of stuff in the drone space. Why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk about our company and you know, the great things that we're doing here. But you know, so one of the things that we've, you know, obviously are the space that we play into is the drone industry. And, you know, that's one of the industries that's actually growing. Unfortunately, on the negative side, you've been hearing a lot of how drones have been being used in the war against, you know, between Ukraine and Russia. You know, there's a lot of directives that have come out from the Department of Defense on how they want to be able to increase localized made drones, both on the surveillance side, both on the tactical side. And so one of the missions that we had, and it was very evident when we started really getting into more of the industry, was we wanted to actually get into the space to build our own drones, because there's actually some environmental qualities that don't really play well with the drones that are off the shelf. So for example, one of the questions that we ask every single one of our drone vendor providers is like, what is the one thing that we need here locally? And they have to be waterproof, right? We get these sporadic ways, and And so these are some of the dynamics that a lot of the drone companies that are manufacturing off island don't know or don't cater, like with the heat, with the rain. So our phase one approach for our manufacturing process is to, one, actually really show the world that we can do this type of technology here on Guam and in the region. That was number one. So that was really our phase one approach to show, and then highlighted, and the different conferences that we've been to, everybody's asking us questions, what's going on. And then we actually showed them the landscape that we have here. We have, the FAA loves water. So we have an abundant amount of training areas that we can go over water. We have high mountains. I mean, you name it. We have rain, we have heat. And so we're actually right now in the process of really having a huge push with off-island companies that would be looking to, set up some type of shop here. And that was sort of the phase one approach that we really wanted to get out there. We really wanted to show and highlight that we can do this type of technology. And we went out and we recruited hobbyists that do this type of stuff at home, just like, whether they tinker with radios, computers.
Tinkerers.
Yeah. and I'm like, hey, you can translate that into actually a career. And it's amazing. The folks that we brought on board and the way they solder the electrical, and they do this for free at home with just on the side. And so, with the education side, if we continue to push, with the trades academies and some of the good programs that we have at, GCC, at UOG as well, with the drone core programs, I think that the space that we're playing into is going to really take shape, and it's only going to continue to grow as we continue to get more people into the space.
Well, what better place to build a resilient piece of machinery than Guam? I mean, between the wind, the heat, the rain, the salt, the typhoons, and
Everything.
the earthquakes.
If it can make it here, if it can sustain, we have, honestly, even when you talk with a lot of the vehicle manufacturers, the elements that are faced on Guam, they've never seen before, because you got them all at once. It's not even just on a peak. So if we can do it here on Guam and it can sustain the environment, it's good to go.
All right. All right. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Now, turning it back to the soil, I'd like to give the floor over to Wade to share with us. I know we're going to be talking about WUSADA in one of the videos at length, but I was just wondering if you could give us a quick overview about WUSADA and maybe maybe an example, a successful example of the support that you're doing for businesses in the export space.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to be able to share a little bit about WUSADA today and help any new businesses that are looking to export, point them in the right direction within WUSADA. So WUSADA, 90% of our participants are small businesses that have under 10 employees. So we really can cater to any size business. Obviously, they have to fall under what is considered a small business under their NICS codes, but typically most businesses that we work with have no problem in finding that, because most of them are like under 1,000 employees. So we provide different types of services, export education. So I've heard some people talking about needing some help or getting some education with exporting. We have those services available. We have Fund Match, where we can help you go to different events. Also inbound and outbound trade missions. Those are some really exciting things that we can offer to you, which will allow you to connect with buyers. We also have inbound trade leads. I actually looked at Joy and Lenny and saw that you guys have actually registered with WUSADA. And it looks like you've also gotten a couple of trade leads. So we also offer that type of service as well. But we're really here, and have been developing our program where we're going to have started to have a much better customer experience, participant experience, and have dedicated people to your companies to be able to help you and get you what you need and all of the tools that you need to help expand your business outside of Guam.
Great. Okay, now we're going to do something a little different to all the entrepreneurs. You're going to nod your head or thumbs up for a yes, and if it's a no, you can turn off your camera. No, I'm just joking. But let's shift over to e-commerce strategies. Do you have a website? Yes, everybody has a website. Do you have socials? Yes. Yeah, everybody's got social. Are we talking, all the way? Are we doing Facebook? Insta? TikTok? No TikTok. Oh my goodness. I think that sounds like an emerging training support type of function for SBDC, or one of our training partners is how to successfully leverage TikTok. We don't use it at GEDA either. We have all the same ones. We have a website, but we have a website, we have the Insta, we have the Facebook, but we don't have TikTok. All right, so now let's talk about programs and services. Can I talk about, Byron, you had mentioned Export University. Are there other do you have an ongoing relationship with the Department of Commerce, or any organizations that kind of keep you in the loop for trainings and resources?
Yeah, a couple actually connections. Of course, we're very active with DBED, Department of Economic Development and Tourism here. I do think I encourage young entrepreneurs to join nonprofit organizations because it's great networking and it's an opportunity to get a better lay of the land, if you will, and make connections that are usable. To Wade's point, I'm a WUSADA member also. And we have had trade leads come through WUSADA to us. But I do want to touch base on maybe one organization that I'm involved with that can be a great resource. It's called the Hawaii Pacific Export Council. And 8 years ago, I was heading up the Food Manufacturers Association here, and I think the STEP grant was only in its first or second year of implementation, and it was not a line item in the congressional budget. So we got some money from it. We, as a state, there was a good public-private partnership that kind of formed organically. Everybody wants to get involved, but for whatever reason, export was the key that brought a lot of people to the table. And we worked closely with SBA, Small Business Administration, who actually the STEP grant money comes through from Congress. And HPEC has been a wealth of training. They've got a website. There's 81 training videos on their YouTube channel. And they have been really a good resource. They actually work with Commerce to put on these educational talks. If there is I don't know the lingo, but for instance, like an ag officer or a commerce officer coming through Hawaii, they'll try to organize a coffee hour with them and chat up about the specifics to Korea or Vietnam. What are some of the giving kind of an update, current boots on the ground kind of update about, hey, what's coming in China and things like that. So those have all been documented and filmed. And if you're looking for a specific market and you want to get some information on a specific country, I think you can even find some of that stuff, especially in the Asian region. We don't cater too much to Europe, but Vietnam, Thailand, Korea, even the Philippines, we've got some training videos on there as well. So that's Hawaii Pacific Export Council.
Thank you, Byron, for doing a shout out to the Hawaii Pacific Export Council. In fact, the Guam Economic Development Authority, one of Hawaii Pacific Export Council's board members, works right here at GEDA. His name is Melvin Tabilas. And so Melvin can pass on. I know that Guam companies can also take part. Guam and Northern Marianas companies can also take part in the organization's trainings and resources. And so I believe that we have their information on the chat box, but if you have any questions, you could certainly direct them at GEDA as well.
I do have one more comment, if you don't mind.
Sure.
With coming back to U.S. commerce, a couple tools that they offer, they actually they're very good in terms of, if they've got an office in country, they have been helpful to us, looking up, for instance, information on a distributor or an importer and getting a background check on these guys. That's one service that they provide with an in-country office. And then the other one is a gold key. They do a gold key service, which actually, if let's say you have a hot sauce or you got a product and you want to take it into a specific country, they have boots on the ground that can research what the market is like and who the top competition is and what are the major channels, whether it's food service or retail. So they're helpful in that sense. That's called the Gold Key program that U.S. Commerce offers.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, I wanted to shift it over to Lenny. Lenny, so now you had, there was an evolution of as a business owner from a restaurant and takeout and things like that into packaging food, into packaging sauce, selling it on storefronts, and now exporting the sauce. Can you just talk to us about that process and things that you're finding to be, what's been the biggest challenge for you, or what's been the thing that you think, hey man, my restaurant days prepared me for this, and or what's been, oh man, I didn't expect this. Can you share with us some of your reflections?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it seems to be the evolution is from farm to table. With Pica's Cafe when we first started it a little over 10 years ago, and of course with Kitchen Lingo and Kuddu, that's always been our kind of our restaurant, the base of our restaurants, right, was farm to table, and we always highlighted that. And now it's export, and that's what it's evolved into. I didn't really think that I was going to get into the retail industry, but also my restaurant experience led me to end up opening up Market Deli, which was actually because of the pandemic, right? But luckily for me, I was able to experiment with the hot sauce prior to that with the restaurants. But during the pandemic, we had to close all 4 restaurants pretty much at the same time. And so that forced us to pivot into retail. And so that's when the focus pretty much happened. It's tough. It's a tough transition, really, going locally to export, especially because of our limited supply. So I think that's the biggest challenge for us right now as far as export, and that's where we're trying to balance with how much we can actually commit to with whoever our distributor may be, or whatever outlet we decide to go with. So yeah, we're right in the middle of it, and without the support of all this, with you guys and these kind of things, we'd be lost. Like I always try to look at it from 2 perspectives, because I'm a little more fortunate that I have the restaurants. But if I was to just do this and this was my main source of income, or the only thing I was doing, and without the support of other nonprofits like GUMA or Guam Sustainable and other things like that helping us, GEDA especially, we wouldn't be able to sustain this business, and we wouldn't even be thinking about export right now.
Right. Gotcha. So Wade, I would imagine this is a challenge that exists with some of your clients within WUSADA, which is your clients could be farmers themselves who are creating a value-added product, or they could be middlemen who are sourcing from local farmers. But there's that supply and demand that's can expand or contract due to El Nino. Can you just anything that you've observed with your clientele and what they're experiencing and how they're managing to overcome these challenges?
Well, we've actually started an outreach program where we're reaching out to participants who may have not participated in the last year or two, and understanding a lot of them are actually dealing with supply chain issues right now due to the fact of what everybody's dealing with in the world right now. There's a lot of supply chain issues. So what they're looking to do is take advantage of and maybe finding products that they can readily make, potentially pivoting. We had some people that started new recipes by going to trade shows, penetrating new markets. I have a story where a company was added a new customer and a new product for that customer, and was able to add $325,000 in annual sales that year just because of that kind of pivot, right? Because they did have products that were available, some of them weren't, and they were really able to use the programs, but also be able to take advantage of getting funding to be able to market their programs, maybe go to a trade show and expand their outreach further than they typically would be able to.
Great, thank you. Joy, can you tell us about some of the early, I mean, you've been in business for just about 20 years here, or just over 20 years. Can you talk to us about some of the early mistakes you made, or we were not going to do that again with regard to packaging, exporting, just logistics and things like along those lines?
So, mistakes, let's see. Definitely with the trend being what it is now, right? Everybody's going eco-friendly. So back when we started, it really wasn't a huge thing, right? I mean, so we started to do things like plastic and just not eco-friendly materials, right? That I want to say is probably not necessarily a mistake, but you know, you learn, right? So we're starting to transition now to a lot more eco-friendly packaging, things that are a lot more sustainable, right? In terms of exporting, I don't want to say mistakes, but it's a learning experience, right? You export to a place like Korea, and there's all these other extra steps that you have to take, and things that we just weren't aware of, you know, and through hard-won experience, I guess that's where, you know, we learn things like, you know, different tax rates. And one thing that we just recently found out was that Guam and Saipan are not part of the free trade agreement with the US. So that's been a really big challenge for us.
So being part of the free trade agreement, meaning there's possible tariffs and duties that are assigned to the goods that you export. So if we were part of those free trade agreements, then we wouldn't be subject to some of those duties and tariffs and things. Is that what you're experiencing?
Yes, and actually it goes beyond that, right? I mean, besides out-of-pocket expenses, right? And not necessarily us, but we really work closely with, you know, the people, our vendors and things like that. And so it's having these extra tariffs and taxes that they have to pay, right? Ultimately it affects the end price of what they can sell our products for in their country. And so that's really limited us to what we can afford to export to them, right? So that it doesn't bring us to a price point where it's ridiculous and it's useless to export because nobody's going to purchase it for that price.
Right. It erodes your profit, erodes your profit margin, or it erodes your customer's profit margin. Either way, it results in less product being pushed out.
And then regulations like, acceptable ingredients and things like that. I mean, we are all natural, handmade things, right? So we're very proud of our product, and we really take a lot of pride in it. But even using the best quality ingredients and all natural substances, even still, there are extra steps that we had to go through to be able to export our product there because of regulations.
Pretty much every federal meeting that GEDA has had with Interior and other federal entities, we've made them aware of this free trade agreement issue, and are trying to figure out if we were just kind of inadvertently left out, or if there was some strategic reason why Guam and the Northern Marianas were not included. So that's something we hope to be able to report progress on as the months and year progresses. And it seems we can, anyways, but more on that later. Wade, I wanted to turn it over to you for a second. Are there any particular, I don't expect you to say like, this is the worst country, this is the best country. But are there countries in Asia that are easier to export to from America versus you find that many American companies have more difficulty because of ingredient requirements, et cetera, et cetera?
I wish I could answer that question for you, like as a subject matter expert. Unfortunately, I'm fairly new with WUSADA. I've been with WUSADA for about 3 months. From what I'm seeing, though, is that we are participating and doing a lot of events in Korea, Vietnam. We recently had an event with Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. And so I see kind of, I guess, the Southern Asian countries are the where we're seeing a lot of success right now. The great thing is we're doing a lot of internal research right now where we're going to have all of that information, the tariff information, the free trade information, all readily available. So if a country has a location that they're interested in exporting to, we'll be able to provide that in-depth information to them ahead of time. And so that way they're able to make an educated decision. We'll also have tools, though, that will allow them to see which countries may be looking for their types of products and where they're importing a lot of that type of product already to them. And so that's an exciting tool that we're going to have available to our participants to really be able to help them expand their footprint and then look where their product may fit best in the other countries around the world.
Great, thank you. I wanted to turn it over to Charlie. I know, Charlie, you're not doing an agricultural type product, but what is it about your company that you think has international appeal, and kind of what's your main focus when it comes to developing an export market? What is the comparative advantage or the competitive edge you believe we have right here in Guam?
Well, so to be honest, the competitive advantage, we were actually out in Turkey a couple of months back. And one of the things that we were discussing was actually the transfer of technology. So the transfer of technology is actually taking a design that has been already fulfilled in another country and actually bringing them over, say, to Guam and manufacturing here on Guam. Right now, they're not playing into the U.S. market at all. And so this would, and when we were going down the list of materials that were being,
so we're talking about a made in Guam, made in the USA.
Correct.
Advantage.
Correct. It's huge. So when we proposed this idea, and we actually went down on the product list of some of the materials that were being imported, like, the chips, some of the electrical, they're either flying or, really sailing by our, Guam, and being taken back to areas like Europe or Turkey and the Middle East. So it was sort of a natural understanding that if 40 or 60% of the products coming from this side of the world, why not set up the plant here per se? Like, why couldn't we make a portion? And then the added to that would be that it would be made on Guam, USA. And so they would automatically make the product, into the US market, back to the mainland. So it wouldn't have the duties that they would have if they were importing it from Turkey to the US. To answer the questions we've been talking, we've seen that the imports or the exporting into Japan has been slightly a little bit easier than it has been, say, to Korea. Korea has been very, very strict on the not being part of, for us not being named under the trade agreement, which has hit a lot of even other companies that we've spoken to, because we've been trying to find our way. And there is, until that legislation gets, or until that law gets changed and so forth, I think it's going to be a struggle. But that's been our advantage. Our advantage has been, how do we get companies to set up shop here where we can introduce their products, manufacture them here, and get them into the U.S. made on Guam U.S. Product seal, which is actually really, really huge for them.
Many of our perception about manufacturing in America versus manufacturing outside of the United States is the cost of workforce development and developing local capacity. How intensive is your workforce, Charlie, in developing your products?
So that's,
is there adequate supply of labor in Guam?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I would challenge anybody, because that was one of the first things that I've always been, everybody kind of tells me about not having enough people to work, but I will disagree with everybody, because we've been able to go out, from the younger generations, from folks that are later in their careers, that are looking for a career change. And it's all about training, right? Training is really, if we develop a program that we're able to train a lot of our folks, we'll be able to have a good talent to be able to source from. But the other aspect about the cost, and then the other thing about what we also say is the technology, the pharmaceutical, they're in a different space than folks that are making pencils in China, right? So it's a completely different space. So it's a higher margin area that we play into. So we're able to play our employees at a higher end versus trying to compete for something where it's lower wage, because the product, we want great products to be made. They're very technical, and so we feel that if we can balance that out with being able to get a workforce that is well paid, that's a good balance to be able to make a really great product.
That's beautiful. That reminds me of in developing Governor Leon Guerrero's aquaculture projects, we did a commercial feasibility study, and the result of the feasibility study was, when I reported this to the Gov, was, Gov, we will never be, it is not your mama's tilapia. It's not, we're never going to be the tilapia producers to the world. Okay. We have to be niche. We have to become the differentiator of, selling the finest seafood products, but not even selling the products themselves, but selling the fry, like the hatchlings or the whatever they're called, to growers in Southeast Asia and so on and so forth, in order to really develop that competitive edge with our geography, cost of labor, so on and so forth. So figuring out what your product is, and if you have the margin potential for that. Lenny, I know that recently you went to Palau for the trade mission and ASD Market Show Week in Las Vegas. We have, I believe, many attendees that are on today might be interested in doing something like that with GEDA's support. Can you just talk to us about your experiences there?
Oh yeah, definitely. Thankfully and luckily we were able to go to Palau and kind of just check the lay of the land. It's kind of, guess, one of the closest places as far as export is concerned. So we, it was just like a quick flight over there. So that was great. And there's nothing better than just than going out and meeting the people, talking to the people. We didn't know what to expect, but it turned out to be a really great trip, and welcoming. They're welcoming the products. They like the products. And I think same thing with ASD. We didn't know what to expect out there in Vegas, and I believe we did 3 years in a row, and at the convention. And we didn't know what to expect, but the biggest thing we got was just talking to the people face to face and letting them try our products and getting that feedback on what they think would sell out there and what they think we should change in order to improve it for export. And that has always been the focus and the topic. But it's nice to just know that our product's well received and that there is a market, and it helps us to keep moving forward with it. And yeah, so I think that was the biggest thing we got, was product development. But yeah, as far as export, it's just a work in progress.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. Sure.
Yeah.
I remember last year's Taking the Leap. I believe we had a participant from the CNMI, and they've been participating in the STEP program for longer than we have, and going to the ASD Market Week. And they said sourcing customers really came after just repeated presence at the event, because you have to show the vendor, or you have to show people, the attendees, that you're serious and you're not like a fly-by-night type of situation. So the commitment to attend every year is important.
Right.
I want to echo that. I definitely want to echo that. As entrepreneurs, I think we accept more risk than normal. With exporting, I think people are not willing to accept as much risk as, let's say, we're doing, business in country. So to your point, showing up consistently year over year to an event really, really helps. The first year, they'll just be checking you out. They'll take your name card and whatnot. But if they really are serious about your product, they're going to come back next year and look for you. Yeah, so that's really, really key. I have a couple of thoughts on the question you asked previously about export markets. I think something that we all have in common, and by the way, I feel the angst too, Joy, about the Chorus thing, because in Chorus, they eliminated the tariffs on coffee, but we have a budding tea industry here, and they didn't even touch tea, and there's like a 54% tariff on imported tea. And so, I'm calling Washington and go, hey, I need to talk to somebody.
Who knew? Who knew that?
Right?
Who knew that we would have small businesses being affected by such a something at a level that I wouldn't even, I have no awareness. I had no awareness of prior to being part of this organization. So
our journey has been, we exported before we really took e-commerce seriously. We really took e-commerce seriously when COVID shut hospitality down, and we really had to pivot. We lost 80% of our revenue, and the only thing keeping the lights on was our e-commerce. And there's been a convergence in my mind regarding audiences. Like I personally get really tied up in the operations, the product quality, the QC, production, delivery, all that. And sometimes I lose focus of who the audience is. And I think, for me, when I was looking for an export market, I began to say, okay, who's coming to Hawaii? Who's connecting with my product here on the ground? Who's having a good experience with it? And then can I follow them back to their home country? Okay, so I take the advertising approach that, we have to hear it or see it 7 times before we create a relationship with it. I think that's true with export. There's no free lunch. So if you're going to go just cold turkey into a brand new country, you're going to have to pay some pretty big bucks in terms of advertising, marketing, and promotions, right? To create a warm relationship with their consumers. The good news with e-commerce is you can now track. Lenny's got a restaurant. Who's coming to your restaurant? Who's, go to a store where your product is on the shelf and watch who touches it. What color are they? Where are they coming from? What's their passport, right? I think that's great, low budget kind of market research to do. And then on the digital side, man, Google Analytics has been really helpful in terms of looking at where the traffic's coming and putting people on our radar. Like, okay, maybe is it the right time to go to Vietnam? Is it the right time to start looking for a trade show in Korea, things like that? So.
Right. And I think one of the earliest conversations I recall with Lenny and Pika concerning the Denancy, I think I said, so wait, are you going for heat on your sauce? Or are you going for flavor in your sauce? Because for those of us from this side of the world, Tabasco is not hot. It's flavorful, right? Whereas if you want something hot, maybe something that has some Thai peppers or some Szechuan peppercorns or something will give you a little bit more. But so I think that was one of the earliest discussions we had, and I know that that's something that goes into your product planning, which is heat versus flavor profile. No, Lenny?
Yeah, well, definitely keeping our eye on the market. If you look at some of the other hot sauces, they have different levels of heat, whether it's Scorpion, Tabasco, or whatever. But at the end of the day, they're selling more of the regular one, the most, right? So I think for the average consumer, that's the heat level we're trying to match. But just going with what Wade said earlier, because of the supply, we had to look elsewhere, and good thing I'm a cook, right? Like I love to cook, so I started experimenting with like something like this. It's our pineapple habanero. So neither of the ingredients are local, but I'm able to get pineapples pretty consistently at a good price. I'm able to get fresh habaneros. Even flown in is almost a third the price of local peppers. So with those two together, I can create a new product and test the demand in the market, just like Byron's saying, keep an eye on who's using it, where is it going. And maybe you'll see a pineapple habanero Denancy in all the pizza places. And it also satisfies the heat lovers because it's a different type of pepper.
Yeah, that sounds delicious. I look forward to seeing. Put it out in front of the camera again for all the viewers. Wait, we can't see it. Oh, there we go. That's nice. That sounds so unique too to me. It's just a different.
This is how I experiment with it. So yeah, the label's gonna look closer to something like this later. Yeah, but that's my experimentation. We got to expand the product line. We don't really have a choice in our with our product. We have to expand.
All right. Now we just got to get you some help with the farmers. And oh man, Lenny, you and I have had I know these farmers, these farmers. And now, so let's, as we approach our next plenary session, which has to do with financing the businesses, I wanted to go ahead and just kind of segue as we start to kind of near the end of our session, to talk dreams, because if you can dream it, you can do it, right, guys? So what is the next 5 years? What's the next 5 years for you, Ms. Joy, and the Noni, Kingfisher's Noni?
So I want to say, for us, we started with noni, right? But there are so many other medicinal herbs, plants and herbs that grow locally that are used in the same, healthcare industry, right? Healthcare, self-care. And so we would like to develop, more products that expand with that theme sort of traditional medicinal herbs and, holistic, self-care, and hopefully we'll expand and do that.
What's the most difficult part of expanding? Is it the product? Is it the R&D, or what is it? What's the thing that's the barrier?
I want to say it depends on the day, there's so many challenges with, things like, Wade and Lenny mentioned earlier, supply. We are struggling to find somebody that can supply noni, or, with the decision of whether we're going to cultivate our own. But there's so many other financial challenges, right, that start. It's the basis of everything, right? Do we have the money to do it ourselves, which we would love to, but then that means hiring more staff. And anyway, besides that, it's like getting these products that, having the supply, and also, what works well, right? Because you can have a product, I think Byron mentioned it, you can have a product, but if no one's buying it, then it's kind of useless, right? There's no point in producing it. So finding what works, and also while sticking to, our niche is sort of people with sensitive skin. And our founder, that's how she started the company, right? She dealt with sensitive skin all her life, and so it started as, making things for herself, and then it branched to, family and friends. And then, the more people would share, word of mouth is the best type of advertising you could do, right? And that's really where our success comes from. So while we have all of that, we really would like to open everybody's eyes to, all the other traditional herbs and holistic things, natural things that they can use to, make their body and their skin better. So.
Great, thank you. So now, Charlie, over to you. What's it going to take in the next 5 years to get your products flying off the shelves?
So, right now, we've actually just finished opening up our office in Saipan as well. And, our goal is really to, when we kind of look at the Blue Continent, we really feel really strong about working closely with, Palau, FSM, RMI. And I think collectively we can really come up with something, because, we're also looking at manufacturing here, but I think there's no reason why we can't also do that in, in Palau, FSM, and RMI. So, one of the things that we're trying to look at is developing an educational program. That's number one for us. We took a step back. We actually went down to Palau initially, but we understood that no matter what we want to do with this type of technology, actually education has to be in place first. So we're starting at the grammar school level, high school level, the trades. Those are some of the programs that we want to be able to get the programs, and then actually hire from there as we continue to grow. So in the next, continue to kind of, raise the awareness that we can do this type of technology here. And then, you're going to see, our goals also from a company perspective is to really get into the delivery space using drones. I think that it's easy. I think it's good for me to say that we're getting fairly close. There's some regulations that we still have to work through with the FAA, but on areas like Palau or the FSM, we could actually definitely start playing into making deliveries using drones. So that's one area that we're really looking forward to.
That sounds amazing. Thank you. Okay, now Wade, I wanted to hear, you need to tell us the WUSADA Cinderella story about the guy who started planting something, and then all of a sudden he's the king of something or queen of something. Give me an example of, give me some success, give us some success stories of your clients.
Well, here we'll give one that relates to Lenny. So we have a hot sauce manufacturer that we work with by the name of Secret Aardvark. They've been a participant of WUSADA since 2018, so for about 5 years now. They were selling at the local farmers market. That was with their product. Their product is now in hundreds of roadhouses, eateries, and grocery stores across the United States, and then also in international markets. So in a 5-year period, that's a great story because they are local to where our home office is. So they talk about that company quite a bit. Have another success story that we'd like to talk about, which is ProBar. So they started taking advantage of our Fund Match program in 2019. They're based out of Utah, but they are now exporting into 28 countries. And so just by utilizing our programs, helping them expand into those markets. So there's just two great ones.
What kind of product is it, ProBar?
ProBar is so they are a plant-based meal replacement bars.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, I have a bunch more. I mean, I can share tons of success stories. We a lot of people utilizing our programs for different things, but those are the two.
Give us one more. Give us an odd product like one of those vegan ones again.
We'll give one from Hawaii. How about that? So it's called No Hawaiian Seasoning Salt. So they doubled their Australian sales in 2020 using our programs, and they were able to have another $100,000 in additional sales that year.
Wow. So they went from a side hustle. I mean, it sounds to me like almost in essence, all of these products started off, it was not a big corporate backing up these guys or venture capitalists. It was a backyard side hustle type of situation that utilizing the multiple services available to them, they started to scale. At some point in time, they probably got some external financing, which we're going to talk about next. And then they shot for the moon, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the great thing is, like I mentioned earlier, over 90% of WUSADA's participants, their employee count is less than 10. Right. So it is really designed to get the small businesses off the ground, get them running, and then continue to help them through their journey. I mean, we offer funding up to $300,000 a year for seasoned exporters. So I mean, even from the small all the way to the big as you start going. And so we can really help you all the way through your journey.
So grow with WUSADA, grow with these organizations, grow with GEDA. All right.
Yeah, same way. Exactly.
Beautiful. All right. Mahalo, Byron, for participating today. What does the next 5 years look like for the T-Chest?
Well, COVID really changed the tourism patterns. There's this kind of like meeting of the minds, and we're still trying to figure out how to do tourism, how to be more sustainable at it. This term regenerative tourism is being floated around quite a bit now. And so like Joy, sustainability is really a strong product attribute of ours. What we're doing is we are still high on exporting and e-commerce, and we're seeing that maybe we launched on Amazon this year, and we're looking at the Amazon platform to be able to grow our exports into and reach into other countries. So I think that's going to keep me very busy for the next 5 years. As long as we can keep the supply chains flowing and the warm bodies employed.
Most definitely. All right. And over to Lenny. And then I think that's pretty much that's what we have for time. Lenny, you and I we've been together for a long time, man, working together in different capacities, but always with you as an entrepreneur and a brave one at that to withstand all of the market conditions that Guam has experienced over the last decade or so. What does the next 5 years look like for Denancy?
Oh yeah, hey, thanks, Mel. Yeah, it's been a fun, crazy journey, farm to table and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so next 5 years for Denancy brand, otherwise known as Denancy Drizzle. I'm hoping, or I guess the dream, right? The dream is that I have farmers in every island in the CNMI, and that we've developed great relationships with them, and we have consistent supply coming from our brothers and sisters in our neighboring islands, and hopefully in Palau as well. I've been speaking to some farmers out there, and so we're working closely with those farmers to start producing. So hopefully in 5 years, that'll already be kind of a consistent flow of hot peppers. And then on the local end, hopefully we have a big warehouse where we're manufacturing, employing more people, and supplying all the hotels with big 5-gallon buckets of drizzle, and forklifts and pallets of drizzle going out to wherever in the world.
I like it, man. I like it. So like what how sriracha was nowhere from I feel like sriracha got mainstream in like 2006, 2005 or something like that. Like how sriracha became mainstream. That's exactly what we want to see on every supermarket shelf and that sort of thing. I think once upon a time we talked about becoming Guam's #1 export, because Guam's current #1 export is tourism. It's the service of tourism, similar to Hawaii, right? Or the same as Hawaii. And so now we'd like to add, just like so over here at Guam Economic Development Authority, one of our strategic initiatives in the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years, is to build a third industry. So we have tourism, we have industries that support defense. The third industry, we continue to explore agriculture, aquaculture, technology, telecom, additive manufacturing. So much of that, and we can't do it alone. We need entrepreneurs like all of you to continue with that same passion, to press forward, and to keep showing up every day and getting it done, and showcasing our goods to the world, right? This region's goods to the world. I think that's about all the time we have. Let me just check the chat box real quick. I believe we had one question about scaling. If someone would like to answer, how do Guam-based businesses handle the scale challenge, as Guam is a small market? Maybe Lenny, can you take that question?
Absolutely. I mean, I guess there's two parts to it. There's the supply, and then there's the consumer part of it. As far as the consumer part, like how do you scale up and get more businesses? You just got to try new products and see what works, and then what works, do more of it, and then see where else it works, and then do more of it there, and just cater to those markets where it works. Like, for example, my pineapple habanero sauce is meant to cater to the Latino market, for taco, but it also could work with pizza, right? So I'm thinking already on a way of like what people already do, and then tap into those habits, right? And just let it pair up. And then on the supply side, how do you scale up? Wow. I can't answer that. You just got to keep your relationships tight, I guess. Keep your relationship strong, continue to build it. And the partnerships are so important, and the trust and the long-term relationships, making sure you're reaching the same goal. Just open communication, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the best I could give. Yeah, I'm still work in progress.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, last call for questions on the chat box before we conclude. Can anyone recommend a local web designer? This is a question from Monica Montanonia. Did you guys all use local, or did you go online to find your guys?
I was going to comment that don't limit yourself to local. The digital space is just wide open, and we find a lot of third-party developers, online. If you're on Shopify, there's an ecosystem on Shopify. And then we also use another website called Upworks to find third-party.
Right, Upwork, and I think there's even like a Fiverr, those types of sites for Oh, and then someone recommended Andrea Muir, who's a great web developer, also an entrepreneur making plates and paper products, that sort of thing, out of banana leaves. And so she's on the Zoom chat. Andrea, shout out to you, girl. All right, I think that's all the time we have. Again, I'd like to thank everyone and Dunkaluna Sidus Masi for your participation today. Wade, you are the furthest away. You're in Washington State. Thank you so much for staying with us. Byron, thank you for joining us from the beautiful state of Hawaii. And Joy, I know you're here, but to all your people as well in the CNMI, our friends over there, please give them our best. And Charlie and Lenny, our local local guys here. Thank you for all that you do. And so thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you to all of our panelists and good luck on your export adventures. Now, did the last panel inspire you to consider exporting? Well, this next video highlights local companies that are taking the next step with their participation in GEDA's Guam State Trade Expansion Program, or STEP. These Guam STEP participants have spent most of the year working with GEDA to take their companies to the next level and ready to export.
Hafa, my name is Chelsea Munya. My company is Natural Being, and I make natural hand sanitizers and mosquito repellents for the family. I have been in business with Natural Being for 6 years. I came up with the concept for this business when I first had my sons about 18 years ago. We lived deep in the jungles of Guam and encountered mosquitoes on a daily basis, and I didn't want to use chemical products on my babies. I knew how it felt to have them on my skin, and I knew that they weren't completely safe for children, so I didn't want to use those products, and I started to think of how I can develop things on my own that would work for my family. The Guam Products Seal provides a sense of pride. It provides a sense of esteem for my island and my community. Personally, I love the feeling that I get from having the Guam Product Seal on my brand. When I take my product to other places, it sort of creates a sense of wonder, because first people either wonder where Guam is or what we are, but they're also intrigued to know that we're part of the United States. And so that adds another layer of support for the products that we're selling out there. Guam STEP has been really helpful in terms of components for running a small business that you don't tend to think of right from the start. I love the way that the modules were broken into monthly learning opportunities with different topics for each month. It also provided a foundation of support in terms of other business owners who've already gone through the growth that I'm seeking to attain. The ASD market opportunity that GEDA provided for us was tremendous. It was mind-blowing. I had people coming up to me offering different opportunities for business growth that never occurred to me. And to have the chance to go and see how other businesses conduct themselves, as well as what opportunities are available for changes that I could make within my business, was something that I don't think I ever would have had a chance to encounter on my own. But having an opportunity to meet with business owners in Palau and talk about the products I would like to bring to them and how it would also help their businesses grow, it's special, it's unique. We can only have that coming from Micronesia and being an island with other islands in the Blue Continent. You can follow us at Natural Being Micronesia, at Natural Being Guam. Support local, buy local. You're supporting your island, our economy, and our people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joy Santos, and I'm the operations manager of Kingfisher's Noni. We have been in operation since 2003, and we primarily do wholesale and recently branched into retail of Noni-based health and skincare products. The idea for the products came from our founder's personal experience. She struggled from a very young age with super sensitive skin, and everything that she used, she always seemed to have a reaction to it. So that made her, look into producing her own, something that is safe and effective to use for everybody who has very sensitive skin. And that's primarily where, we started. From Kingfisher's Noni, you can expect a lot in the next 3 to 5 years. We are looking at several different things. We want to, as I mentioned before, get a plot of land and cultivate our own, start growing and farming our own noni so that we can control the quality. For us, that's the very important part of our products, and that's what makes us very unique, is that we really focus on the quality of the ingredients that we use to make and produce a high quality product. So being members of the Guam Product Seal program has really helped us a lot. We're very proud members. We've been since 2015, and we just this year we added probably 7 or 8 more products to our Made in Guam product offerings. But for us, it's not just a sales gimmick. Our customer base is primarily tourists. When they come to Guam, they're looking for something that they can say was made here on Guam, you know? But that's just one part of it, right? We're so happy to say, like, look, we made this here. It's more of a pride point for us. We really are so proud. And we really hope to have 100% of our product line, you know, very soon, carry the Made in Guam product seal. What we would really like to do is, you know, revamp our website and our Amazon also, and have that be sort of the go-to place for customers who can't make the trip to Guam. We are utilizing the STEP funds to sort of build up our brand recognition and our brand awareness, so that customers see Kingfisher's Noni, they see our logo and they're like, oh yeah, I know that's a good product, I know it comes from Guam, and I'm gonna order it. So our Instagram page is at KingfishersNoni_Guam, and our Facebook page is Kingfishers Noni Guam. You can also find us on our website, www.kingfishersnonistory.com, and our Amazon shop page also. We are Kingfishers Noni, and we encourage you to support local.
My name is Marvin Crisostomo. Our company is called Local Jerk. What makes our products unique is the fact that we're willing to adapt, create products that the market doesn't have already. We first started with the Denancy and Denancy beef jerky. It was something that we grew up cooking with our family. The beef jerky came to fruition after a deployment. We would always dip it with the Denancy, our Denancy, and I decided we should come home and try to make our own recipe with it, and that's how the Denancy beef jerky came to fruition. We have the traditional Denancy, which is the first Denancy that we started the business with, and that's cooked with, of course, donisali, eggplant, onions, garlic, coconut milk, crab paste. And then we marinated that with our beef jerky, and we dry that. We actually grew the flavors into the Denancy mango beef jerky, and my wife insisted I make a Denancy mild beef jerky, and that exists solely because she was right and I was wrong. She was right in the sense that it sells just as well as the Denancy beef jerky. We also have a Denancy bagong, Denancy grinds, geared more towards our vegan-friendly folks. And then we have a Denancy mango jam, Denancy strawberry jam, and a tuba finiden. So it's important that our products showcase our culture, one, because of the traditional flavors that we case into the multiple flavors of the different cultures on Guam. Also, the fact that it's manufactured here on Guam means we continue to invest in our island. The Guam product seal has helped us separate ourselves from any other hot sauce in the market, because it's a stamp of approval and proof that we are made here on Guam, and we're supported by the people of Guam. Being part of the STEP program really opens up so many different avenues and so many different opportunities. I mean, we're talking about ASD, which is one of the biggest markets in the country. From there to different vendors that we've gotten to meet, and other businesses alike. So many different people to talk to about how to make our products better and how to make our products more affordable. It's one of those invaluable things that if you're not going to, it's a must experience for small businesses from Guam. You can order off-island on our website, which is localjerkguam.com. Definitely reach us on our Instagram, which is localjerk671, and our Facebook at localjerk671. You know, the importance of supporting local businesses, even local anything, local farmers, it's very crucial for our island. It's one of those things that people take for granted, and now it's come to light. We gotta be there for each other, as far as a people and as far as business.
Hafaday, my name is Andrea Muir, and my company is Guam Leaf, which stands for Local Eco Alternative Future. I have been in business for 2 years, and we make eco products out of palm leaves, as you can see here. During post-COVID, we couldn't go out a lot, but we went to the beach with my son, and at that age, he asked about trash. We have a lot of trash on our island, and I wanted to do something to fix that problem for our island. And using our natural and raw materials we have around our island, since we produce so much green waste on this island, I wanted to turn that into something we can use. We go around our whole island, and we have some great community members that I pick up green waste. pick up all the trash around our island, and we bring them home, we wash, we sanitize them, we let them dry. We live on a beautiful island. Our sun is our most key ingredient to actually making our plates. We wash, clean, and then we dry them, we store them. Then when we're ready, we soak them, and then we just put them in our heat press. We have this huge heat press that just heat and pressure, and it just makes our plates. It's a great thing to have that Guam product seal. The fact that it's an extra certification that it's made from home, and the fact that when we have our tourists, our buyers, or anyone from off island, it gives them that extra affirmation that it's made here. It's not coming from China, where most of our stuff come from, and that someone locally created these materials and one-of-a-kind plates, and each one's unique. Like it acts like a wood. Each one has a unique color, stain, and each one has a unique story of where I got it from and where we picked them. So there's a little story to each of those. The STEP program for GEDA has been great. Honestly, it's actually pushed my drive to move faster. And it's given me better insight of the potential that a little company from Guam can grow into with going to the ASD Market Week, experiencing that and how large it is and how tiny we are, really opened my eyes that we can do so much more and get Guam out there and be an exporter. I mean, that is my true dream, is to be an exporter of all kinds of materials made from our green waste that we have on our island, and we can't, it just rots. I want to do something and turn it into something new. Many ideas to expand and export to many countries, and the feedback that was given from the people we met were very insightful and helpful, and to make me grow into a better producer for our island. And you can follow us on our social media on Instagram at guam.leaf and help us reduce our island's waste one leaf at a time.
Off day, my name is Sash Santos. I'm the operations manager here at the Coconut Tree Company. We've been in business and in operation since 2018. Our owners are Gary Tanaka and Joe Connolly. The company started with the thought of what products we can bring out to our people to share from our visitors to our tourists, family members back home. So Gary thought about, hey, coconut candy would be the way to go. It's a nostalgic item that we all grew up eating, and it's something that we can share from our childhood memories. And sharing that with the rest of the world is something that is embedded in our culture, like the Inafa Malik. It's sharing our culture, sharing our food, sharing something that people outside can learn and be educated about Guam. So I think with just our coconut candy, we're able to do that, to share our spirit of the Chamorro people. The STEP program has really been beneficial to us. Like you said, we've been through several events with STEP in Palau and Las Vegas. And I think just getting the brand out there, having the Guam product seal, to really promote Guam and educate people what Guam is, where are we located, what we're all about, and our products. And I feel like there's people from around the world that's just been reaching toward, giving us calls, placing orders, and having that piece of Guam in the form of a coconut candy has definitely helped us out. So I think the partnership has been really beneficial for, not just for us, but everyone in Guam, because a product of Guam is representing everyone here on the island. So it's been really good. It's the pride that we can say we're from Guam, and these products are made locally right here with local products, with our employees that put the products together, to packaging and just sharing that. I mean, just having that logo really helps us, just basically puts Guam on the map. And anyone that thinks of Guam, they can think of the Coconut Tree Company or the coconut candies, the culture, the people, and just, the GPS is really helpful. And it's definitely, we're all proud to be part of. Well, the export has been really good for us. I mean, we do it on the normal nowadays. We export, like you said, to Japan, to Korea, to the US mainlands, to Hawaii, all the way through Europe. And the furthest I've gone is Germany, Amsterdam, all in that area, and also Kazakhstan. So you would think that, a little product from Guam has made its way out there, and people out there are able to share our product. So yeah, export has been nice, and we ship worldwide. So it really helps for people to have a little bit of Guam with them. So you can order on our website, on Instagram, or on Facebook, the Coconut Tree Company, and there's a links key that will pop up, and there's an order form that you can just fill out there and place your order. Support your local businesses. It really makes a huge difference. And thank you.
Well, hope you're all ready to take the next step. You can learn more about Guam Step at GEDA's website, investguam.com/step. I'm really excited about this next panel because it's all about the Benjamins, baby. Our next session is entitled, Show Me the Money, How to Fund Your Business. Let me bring up our panelists and hand it to our moderator, Monica Guzman of the Guam Unique Merchandise and Art.
Half a day and good morning, everyone. What a great session that was earlier. And I love those of the 5 companies that we just saw. You know, it's very nice to see and gratifying to see that our Guam small businesses are looking at how to expand and grow their business. What started out as a dream can grow. I want to start out by thanking everyone for joining us today. You know, I'd like to big shout out to Melvin and the team at GEDA for putting this webinar together, Taking the Leap. It's our 3rd session here, and I'm just really happy to be here. For this session, our panelists will show you the money and discuss the various financing options available to you, tips in going through the process of obtaining financing, challenges, and best practices. I know that in the work that we do at GUMA, you know, people are always looking for money and always trying to figure out how they can get that next piece of equipment to grow their business. How are they going to fund or finance their website and all different parts of their business. So to start off this panel, I'd like to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves, talk a little bit about their program, and we'll just go from there. Maybe I'd like to start out with Brandon. Brandon?
Hi, hello. You guys can hear me?
We're good.
Okay, perfect. Oh, half a day, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to participate on this panel and provide input for all you business owners out there. A little bit about myself. So my name is Brandon Romero. I'm a commercial credit officer with Bank of Guam. I've been with the bank for about 4 years, and prior to joining the bank, I was with another local lending institution for 6 years. So it's kind of weird to say, but I've got a decade worth of commercial lending experience under my belt. I like commercial lending. You know, it's really neat in the sense where these businesses just start off from a dream, right? A conversation, a dream. They write it down, and then you know, they believe in themselves. They take the risk, and they meet with a lender, a bank, and they end up turning that dream into reality. I've done a few from the ground up, and they're successful here on island, and you know, I'm proud of that. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you, Brandon. You look too young to have a decade of experience in the lending institution. So Bank of Guam, if I may, what should a business expect when seeking financing and going through the loan application? If you can just go through the process of how you guys do it at the bank.
Sure. You know, the first and foremost, it's you know, I'd advise anyone that's thinking about starting a business, any existing business owners, you know, reach out to the banks and use them as a resource. That's what we are. We're essentially a partner. We help. You know, we succeed. We don't succeed unless the business does. And you know, the great thing about the commercial lending space is that these businesses are stimulating the economy. So yeah, use us as a resource. And the process, once we go from there, it's fairly straightforward. It can be a little intimidating, but you know, step by step, use us as a resource. Any questions you have, there's no right or wrong questions. It's a business. There's no roadmap. Every business is different.
Right. You're right about that. It's a roadmap, and every business is unique. Thank you, Brandon. I'd like to ask now Angelica Camacho Paulino to introduce herself. Angel.
Hi, Hafa Day. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you so much for having me be a part of this plenary. I'm really excited. So my name is Angelica, or Angel Camacho Paulino. I'm an independent business advisor with the Guam Small Business Development Center. I've since transitioned over to, doing things with specialties in exporting, childcare type businesses from my transition as a full-time business advisor at the Guam SBDC. I have been at the SBDC since 2020, so just right at the height of the pandemic. So I've seen a lot of things, especially in the demands for resiliency, business resiliency, and really looking at how businesses have since had to pivot, looking at, different ways of moving into e-commerce, things like that. And then, of course, handling all the different regulations, policies, just changes of the ways that we do business. So I've been with the SBDC since then. Prior to that, I am a small business owner. I have now 10 years of experience running my own business, and I'm a GUMA graduate. So it's really wonderful to always come back and see and give back to our local community, especially because small business is extremely rewarding. And it's really, looking at all the different ways that you can get around to making, your product or your service work. That's probably the coolest part about it, is there's no one way of having to do something. There's so many different things that you can do to get the results that you're looking for. So I'm excited to be able to contribute to this conversation about the most challenging part, which is in the financials. So I have my fair share of it as well. And I've helped many, many clients, and I'm so excited to see a lot of them, some of them now in step. And it's wonderful to see all of this. And, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Ms. Monica, for having us at the SBDC.
Oh, thank you, Angel. And yes, Angel was a GUMA graduate, and then she really assisted us during our training when she was at the SBDC in Guam. We'll move now to Tina.
Here I am. Top of the day, everybody, and hello to all our Taking the Leap participants. My name is Tina Garcia. I'm a public finance manager here at GEDA, and I'm joined today with Tara Murakami, who's our compliance specialist. We're both here to talk about the GEDA loan programs that can help take your businesses to the next level, or even to get further into exporting. We have our normal toolbox of loan programs, our traditional GDFA loan program. But we're most excited for the recent award of our State Small Business Credit Initiative, otherwise known as the SSBCI program. We were initially funded back in 2011 with $13 million, which we were able to push out into the market. This year, the federal government funded that program, of which Guam's share was $58 million. All of this to help support Guam's small business and to create quality jobs. With the additional funding, we expanded our programs. So not only do we have a basic loan program, we have loan guarantee programs, a collateral support program, and a venture capital program, all targeting growth in businesses. I believe we'll have more time to talk about it in more detail throughout this session.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Tina. And 58 million, that's a small chunk of change, huh?
We're excited. We're excited. We're glad to have this opportunity, and it's coming in at a great time, as our businesses are trying to build themselves up to support this growing economy, especially in the military buildup, and then hopefully when we get back on our feet with tourism. But yeah, it's great to also have that available for exporting opportunities.
I know that during our GUMA training, we're always talking about the funding, and a lot of the participants, they're there not only to get the training, but to figure out how to finance themselves. Thank you, Tina. And yes, we will talk a little bit more about your program. Marie, we have Marie Guerrero. Hi, Marie.
Okay, so thank you. Half a day, everybody. My name is Marie Guerrero. I'm the executive director for Everything Guam. which is a local manufacturing and wholesale company. At Everything Guam, we do sweets, we do cookies, specifically the Laddie Stone shaped cookie, which is iconic to Guam. We've been in business, gosh, way back 2013, 2012, I believe is really when we incorporated. And kind of looking back and hearing and watching the videos, it makes me feel real good to see where the life has kindly evolved with the Guam Product Seal. And honestly, I think our first pitch that we did back in 2013, the Guam Product Seal, was just an email. And so we were using an email copy in our sales kits to try to sell our products out in the retail, in the market. So in addition to Everything Guam, I do own a restaurant, a local restaurant, 3 Squares, and a catering company, which is B&G Pacific. We've been in business since about 2010, Mark and I. Kind of been through Tumon, raised up in that area, Planet Hollywood, Seagrill, Sam Choice, and the like. So happy to be here, happy to be a part of this panel. And it's nice to see my colleagues today at this thing. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Marie. And thank you everyone for being here today. I wanted to just talk a little, we want this to be a very interactive kind of discussion. But before we get into that, I want to talk a little bit about GUMA. I'm the executive director of Guam Unique Merchandise and Art, and we're a nonprofit 501c3 recognized by the federal and local government. Currently, GUMA has 3 programs. Our first program is the EBC Noon Mommy, the 19 Villages Project, where we take, we do a 6-hour training session to home-based businesses, and we go into all of the villages. And in the last year, we've done 14 different training sessions in the villages. We've had 205 people complete the 6-hour training. And as a result, we had 145 licensed home-based businesses. The 2-week program is focused on developing home-based businesses within Guam's villages to support the social and economic well-being of our community. Our second program is the Entrepreneurial Training and Mentoring Program. This is a 16 partnered with the Small Business Development Center at the University of Guam, and it features business basics such as branding, marketing, finance, legal, and product development. Participants learn how to develop and operate a small business, and then what the most important part about this training is they learn and they're guided on how to write a business plan. And that's very, very critical, especially when you're going to seek financing. To date, in the 10 years, we've had 321 people graduate from the program. And this past year was the largest cohort where we had 70 graduates. The third program that GUMA has is our incubator program. Folks that graduate from the entrepreneurial and training program are then allowed the opportunity to apply for incubator funding. And this gives early stage companies access to additional training and support. We've given sub grants in the incubator program to 36 businesses so far. And currently we have 19 businesses that are awaiting panel review. They submit an application, a financial plan, their business plan, and we work with them. They go through a Shark Tank of our panel, and then the panel decides whether we're going to be able to give them the financing. A little bit about what GUMA does, and I want to talk about, I want to ask Angel now. Angel, you were with the SBDC, and you did support GUMA for several years in providing the training. The training for our participants. You want to talk a little bit about that and how the types of participants that have gone through the program, and what exactly does SBDC do as far as supporting Guam businesses and getting them ready to obtain financing?
Great question, Antoine. So For the GUMA program, SBDC partners to provide business technical training as well as the counseling side. So just as Ms. Monica mentioned about the requirement for those folks who are participating, they do have to provide a business plan as well as a financial plan. Now, that's key, especially because as you go to the bank, whether you're in startup or expansion, those are key, right? Especially the financials basically explain in numbers what the business is planning to do, from product descriptions, right? And so now we have to go into pricing, including packaging. Are we also talking about shipping for those folks who are on e-commerce? So the SBDC provides real core business focused training. So things related to how to write a business plan, how to start a business. And going through the GUMA program, a lot of folks come in with various types of ideas. You have folks that are in the food industry, whether they're looking to create finished products or they're looking to, whether they're bottled products, or I know some folks do like baked goods through that. There's also folks that provide, sometimes some services. So it just depends really on how, utilizing, we always try to advise our clients that what is it that you do best, your talents, and how best can you replicate that over and over again to make money, right? So everybody goes through the program with, of course, the goal of being profitable. And how that relates to also getting to the bank is the bank wants to ensure, right, that this business is in fact revenue generating, and how it really supports all of that. So the SBDC provides not only training, but when we go into, after the participants complete the 16 weeks of training, we do one-on-one counseling. And that one-on-one counseling really goes into a participant will meet with a business advisor. You're assigned to your advisor. And we'll go through each of the sections of the business plan as well as the financial plan in greater detail. Now, the trainings are, it's not just a matter of, let's sit down and, let's go through the presentation slides. It is also interactive, that you have assignments that are done, like you're going to go home, take a look at things and come back with the draft business plan or certain parts of the business plan. That in itself can be pretty daunting, right? And a lot of the things that business owners try to do, especially if you're a creative, I find that a lot of the creatives that we've worked with, they're really good at what they do, but to actually get their ideas on paper, to get them to sit down and do it, it's really tough. And I understand, it looks like, hey, anybody can do it, but it's really just finding the time to sit down and look at your plan for your business, not just today, but 3 years from today, 5 years from today, and looking at, is it sustainable enough for me to grow, or is it just a hobby? Because that is the difference, right? Are you funding a hobby or are you funding a business? And so with the SBDC's help, once you complete the program, the goal is that SBDC, we want to maintain a long-term relationship with our clients. So sure, if maybe the first phase of your business is to go and get grant funding, maybe the second phase would be, let's generate some revenue into the business, see that you've been operating for maybe 6 months to a year, and now let's get you ready to go to the bank. So now we're looking at what's potentially, the next step for you in your business. So, at the SBDC, we look at different types of funding, whether it's commercial loans, we look at also to local types of funding. So like GEDA has the SSBCI program. So those are direct loan programs with GEDA. There are also other entities other than, going through the bank, through USDA as well. So again, it really comes down to what is the long-term goal for your business and how we at the SBDC can help you provide that type of technical assistance in understanding all of that, putting it together and getting you to where you need to be, whether it's applying for a grant, a loan, preparing you 6 months ahead of time to get there. Those are the kinds of services that we provide. And I like to think that at the SBDC, it's not just a transaction. You go to your advisor, you want to trust them, right? You think that the advice that we're providing you is really to help you succeed and looking at it from the long-term perspective. So we sit down there with you, and a lot of times small business owners, you have the answers, it's just a matter of how well can we get you to identify that without being distracted, I guess. So that's in a nutshell. simply, I guess, what we do at SBDC.
Oh, no, that's really good because, when we have participants come through the GUMA program, we provide, especially with the home-based training, the home-based business training, they come through it and it's only 6 hours. And then if they want more, then we encourage them to go to the SBDC. And then with the SBDC, then you prepare them to seek financing, right? And I know that a lot of the participants in the earlier sessions, including those that in the videos and those that participate in the STEP program, they are clients of the SBDC and they're long-term clients. I know Marie, right? You've been a long-term client of the SBDC, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the support that they give you, in getting your business plan and doing your financial model is prepares you to go to the bank. So Brendan, maybe like what should a business expect when they seek financing, and what tips can you give them to prepare a loan application? What do you focus on when you're reviewing a loan application, and how do you make a decision on that application? Gotta unmute.
Yeah, so the short answer and the honest answer is it really depends. It depends on the business, right? What stage are they? Are they a startup? Have they been existing? And the secondary is the purpose, right? So I guess we can break it down. If a customer comes in and they have an idea, again, they have this dream, they want to start a business. That's essentially the first step, right? They come in, they say, I want to start this business. I need help. As I mentioned earlier, use the bank as a resource. We don't do well unless the business does, right? So in that sense, when I meet someone that's wanting to start a startup, I advise them to work with SBDC. They need to know the business plan. Because the thing with that is you don't know. I've never seen a bad business plan. You can do so many and they can come to the bank and you'll never have a bad business plan. But the reality is that it doesn't always go according to plan, right? There are some hiccups along the way when you start a business, right, that you didn't account for. You don't know what will happen, right? And that's why you have projections. That's why the advisor talks you through it. But it's critical, it's essential to know your business, know what you're getting into, know your competitors, know your break even, know what your minimum you have to make to cover overhead, to cover your your operations, to keep sustaining. Because if you're not able to make those revenues and hit those numbers, then unfortunately, it's not going to work. And that's why it's crucial to know the business, understand your business plan as a whole, especially the financial portion, and go from there. Yes, that's the biggest thing is the business plan and understanding it completely.
So you're saying, you need to be fluid with your business plan. You need to, it's a living document. It's, we had COVID. No one anticipated COVID. We have the typhoon. No one, although we're in a typhoon prone area, we've been fortunate that we hadn't had a storm in the last 20 years. And then bam, we had Mawar, and so what I'm hearing from you is you need to be fluid with your business plan, and then to make sure that you're always communicating with the bank, right? If you have a loan out, then just always communicate where you are at your business, and then that will help strengthen the relationship between the business owner and the financer, right? That's what I'm hearing you saying.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
In any business, we can't control Mother Nature or things like that. The biggest thing is that when COVID or natural disasters happens, that can deplete your working capital, any cash you have on hand. right? You can plan for so long, but the duration of that environment, that impact, that disaster can deplete your savings. So like Angel said, right, it's a relationship. This is not a transaction base. When we work with a borrower and they obtain a loan, we're in a relationship and we want the business to succeed. We're not in the business to provide funding and hope, you know, we want it to do well. We want it to succeed. Communication is vital, right? As a business owner, you know what's going on. We're not there every day. We don't know if you see a drop in customers, if you see a drop in sales for the first month. Is it just a hiccup, or does it prolong? We don't know that. And the only indication we get where there's a problem is if there's a missed loan. And at that point, right, we want to get in front of it before it becomes a major problem. So communication is, crucial.
That's perfect. Well, thank you very much. So Tina and Tara, show me the money. Let's talk a little bit about that $58 million that GEDA has.
Well, again, we're here to support not only small businesses, but our banking partners as well. So with our program, with our bank program, our lending program, we do ask that they do provide a business plan. We do provide that they also provide financials. And we do highly recommend them to go to SBDC. They've been a great resource. They have great resources on their website. And, you know, we use that to help us present these loans, which our loans would come in if the bank can't fund it, then our GEDA loans would be used to help support that business. But again, you still have to have the plan. You still have to be able to show ability to pay. With our new program, SSBCI, I'm going to hand it off to Tara to talk about the first two programs, because those are quite exciting. And then I'll end it up with our venture capital. Go ahead, Tara.
Hello, everyone. So I'll go ahead and start off with our loan guarantee program. Our loan guarantee program enables a small business to obtain term loans and lines of credit to help them grow and expand their business. It guarantees up to 75% of a loan with a maximum guarantee of $500,000, and the guarantee is on the first 7 years of the loan. The loan guarantee program is good for small businesses with 500 or less employees. There is a loan fee, a guarantee fee to GEDA of 2%, but we do not have an annual fee that's charged on this loan guarantee program. Our collateral support program is designed to enable financing that might otherwise be unavailable due to a collateral shortfall. This program supplies pledge cash collateral accounts to lending institutions to enhance collateral coverage and individual loans. The program may be designed to target certain geographies or industries, such as real estate lending, in which a lender may be willing to fund at 75% loan to value, but a company may not be able to bridge the difference in cash at closing. Again, this is for small businesses with 500 or less employees, and also has a loan or the guarantee fee of 2% and no annual fee on this program as well. That's all I have on the two.
Okay. And with this, her loan guarantee program is administered through our bank lending partners.
Correct. The lending part, lender participator, participating lender. Sorry.
Yeah. So that isn't done directly through GEDA. You know, they would go to their banks and see what can they do, and then if they need a little bit more, they look into the SSBCI guarantee to see if they can qualify for that. So, and the third program that we're launching under this new fund of money is called Destino Guam Venture Corporation. And basically, it's a kind of angel investing into companies. There are some requirements given to us. Again, funds came in from US Treasury, so they expect a return of at least Tara, it's 10-1, right? Leveraging.
Correct.
So we're looking for high growth businesses. With this funding under our venture capital, we have about 10 million to fund high growth startup companies. A lot of it is in bringing in technology. The buzz talk nowadays is the what is that thing? The IQ, the AI, sorry,
AI.
artificial intelligence, getting some of that launched. So we're really looking at when we talk about venture capital, it's not a loan, it's equity investment. We become a part of your company. Repayment is expected, however, in when the company starts making profits. So we look at repayment usually in years 7 to 10. We grow with the business. Our requirement is we have a 1-to-1 capital match from the co-investors. So usually when you have startup business, your money comes from your friends and your family. You find out that, wow, I think I got something, but in order to meet the demand, I'm gonna have to bring in equipment or, something to help me move it along. Um, I'm already overextended at the bank, but what else can I do? So this is where this GEDA venture capital fund can come in. But again, we become a part of your company, so we will expect you, similar to, Monica's Shark Tank, you would present your company, your goals, your objectives, your projections, your business plan would have to come before our board and then they would determine, if it falls or qualifies for this investment. Um, ex Return expectations, when you say high growth, you're saying that in 5 to 10 years, you're going to have a big return. So you want to pay us off. And those returns is what helps with them. And usually when we become a shareholder, you would pay off a shareholder. We would have an agreed upon price that, if you can pay us off in 5 to 7 years, you can pay us off at, maybe with a 5% gain, and as we go further, all of that is negotiable. Nothing is set in stone. Um, the funds for this is for the cause and result, meaning without these funds, I wouldn't be able to take it to the next level. I wouldn't be able to bring in that equipment to export and double my sales. So that's something that we look at. Again, we're looking to create and retain, just a one-time loan. We want to retain those high quality jobs. So we call funding rounds. So each funding round, the max we can give is $1 million. So if you want to give us a startup or an early stage company, say I need $1 million to bring in equipment to really build up my production and if I can do that, my sales will go from 100,000 to 400,000 or 10,000, and then after 3 years, you start seeing that you want to then take it another level up. And you're saying, hey, shareholder GEDA, can you put in another maybe 100, 200, another million to help me take it to mass production or to, build from 5 machines to 10 machines or something like that. Again, we're vested in the company. We're a part of your company. So we want to see that company grow and reach its high levels. Again, as a partner, we're looking at target industries, technology, high growth companies. We're also talking a lot about sustainability in Guam, modernizing aquaculture, agriculture, vertical farming, hatchery, slaughterhouse, things that we can do on Guam. But, because of the cost of getting all these certifications, it's a hard startup. That's where we can come in and be a partner to you. export opportunities. Again, that's what we're here for. And manufacturing in general. Again, we're here for seed, early stage or late stage. But again, what's most important is having that business plan, really telling what you're going to do, and then showing some realistic financial projections of the next 5 years to make
Nice.
it work. Our board, it's a separate GEDA board, but you know, they're made out of some of our business partners in the community. So, you know, it's you know, we want to be more realistic. Well, it is we need to make sure we're realistic in our projections and in our business, especially when these business guys say, hey, I know that business, and you know, that expectation is overzealous. So, you know, we'd have to tone it down. So we would work with the companies, but yeah, it's quite exciting. And again, what's most exciting is the more money that we use, the more all of that stays on Guam. And we're given these monies in tranches. So we already got the first 13 million. We can start committing that, get the next 13, and then, and so on. And again, this money, once it comes to Guam, to GEDA, it stays here. So,
Nice.
and continues to recycle into the community. So again, we're going to be pushing this out. We should be having more information available, but I think for now we're looking at Jen, if you could put my email up, and Ed Camacho's email, were the contacts from GEDA, that we would do one-on-one client testing. So again, it's you know, we're shareholders. We're not that's a equity financing, becoming a shareholder, becoming a partner with you, as opposed to loans. So it's
Great.
something that's really growing in the US, and we're very excited to bring it to Guam.
Thank you. Tina, can you, at the beginning, what was the name of this program?
So this is called the State Small Business Tara, State Small Business Credit Initiative,
The loan guarantee.
SSBCI.
Right.
Under that umbrella, we have the loan guarantee, collateral
Right.
support, and the venture capital.
Okay, no, I recall that there was another name when you first talked, there was a Chamorro name for the program.
Yes, if you get the documents, you'll see Destino Guahan
Tocino
Venture Corp.
Tocino Guahan.
Yes,
Okay.
it's an official subsidiary of GEDA,
Okay.
registered at Revenue Tax, and so yes.
So what types of what are the eligible uses of funding for these programs? I mean, you talked a little bit about equipment, but what other
I can
funding
talk
is
on
eligible?
I can talk on the loan guarantee and collateral support program. So the eligible business purposes are for startup costs, working capital, franchise fees, acquisition of equipment, inventory, or services used in the production, manufacturing, or delivery of a business's goods or services, the purchase, construction, renovation, or tenant improvement of an eligible place of business that is not for passive real estate investment purposes.
Wow.
So I think, Monica, they did say things, you know, ineligible would be building warehouses or building shopping centers, but we can fund the franchise anchor tenant. You know, if you bring in someone to anchor you, or we can use the funds for venture capital or loan guarantee for franchise fees. We cannot use these funds for lobbying. Passive investments, building housing development is considered passive. Cannot use it to pay taxes, delinquent taxes. We can't reimburse owners for funds they've already spent. So like if I bought land and now I'm going to use venture capital to give me the money back, no, not. No illegal gambling, pyramid sales, lotteries, and unfortunately federal funds. We can't fund anything that would be related to marijuana business for now.
For the loan guarantee, and the SSBCI, is it an type of availability opposed to that's where there's a no and there's deadlines? This is ongoing. Anytime a business is ready, they just can contact Tina or Ed and say, hey, I'm ready with my business plan. And
that would be for the venture capital, Ed and myself, Tara. We'll be for the other programs.
So the loan guarantee and collateral support programs are ongoing programs as well. But again, like Tina mentioned earlier, the application process is done through our participating lenders,
right?
Which are currently Bank of Guam, Community First, Bank Pacific, and Pacific Islands Development Bank. So currently, those are the four that are enrolled with the program.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I know, but we'll go back. We'll go back to you again with some more questions. But I want to ask Marie, with everything Guam, Marie, what types of financing have you used in your business ventures? And what resources have been helpful to you for you to better understand those options?
For everything Guam, we went to Bank of Guam early on, and so they were very helpful with us in that regard. That was an SBA guaranteed loan that we received from them, and that was when we first started the business. Just to kind of rewind, I guess, for the financing part, I think as a small business starting out, not really understanding, GUMA was not around back then. We primarily relied, for me personally, you surround yourself with other people and you almost create a dream team, if you will. I'm an operator. So as an operator, hearing what Brandon was saying, it's like, you got to know your business. You got to know your business in and out. So I can eat, drink, sleep, restaurant food, knowing what's out there and knowing what you need to do to make it successful because I'm an operator. But to complete the whole finance circle, you kind of almost have to create a dream team, find somebody who's the bean counter or understanding how that part of the business works, and finding somebody in marketing or distribution and just kind of pick their brains. And so for me early on, and I will say this, Lucy, is like, even like the Rotary Club. I'm a big advocate of the Rotary Club because you surround yourself with people that give you advice that they don't even know that they're giving you, and you're just absorbing it, because these are people who've been in business for years on years on years. And as silent mentors, I like to call them, you learn from that, and you hear bankers, you hear lawyers, and you hear, people who have been in the market, and Guam being a small island and we all look out for each other. It's a good source of revenue. A source of resource to understand business. And kind of as you move up towards getting financing for everything Guam, we were so fortunate, or I was so fortunate to be in DFS for as long as I've been. So they were my first temperature check for our cookies. And so right out of the gate, we had to come up with a prototype and get the business plan and put it all together, and go to the Bank of Guam. And they were fortunate enough, and I was fortunate enough to where they gave us the money that we needed, and it was strictly for working capital and to get our inventory, because it was getting boxes and the design. And back in those days, we were hand cutting. So we weren't even at equipment level. We were not efficient. We were just had this beautiful dream of being the Laddie Stone and being the icon that was going to make us the $1 billion and make Guam the best place to get cookies. And so that's where we were. And then from there, we moved on a line of credit, and Bank of Guam, they showed us, we had a really good relationship with them. And I'm sure with other banks, you can have the same relationship. But we kind of worked together hand in hand. And so the line of credit that they gave us was what we used to get us out into the marketplace. Yeah, so that's kind of how it really all started. Some other resources that we have, like you mentioned with Angel, with the export portion of it all, but there's other resources that you have. I was fortunate enough to be part of the SBA Emerging Leaders. That is a great program to get involved with because it teaches you fundamentals and different things that you don't see because you're so immersed in your own business. But yeah, for the most part, it's just kind of surround yourself with the dream team, you know, and whether it's your aunts, uncles, friends, colleagues, and just try to be open-minded and be open to the criticism, but also be open to their knowledge and what they've done and what don't do. And don't be the person that knows everything because you don't. So you got to look towards other people who've kind of paved the way for young entrepreneurs, and seeing all these other guys coming through. And it's good that you guys have these types of things so they know what not to do, you know? So yeah, that's kind of how we started back with us with the financing.
And here you are today, and your cookies are beautiful. Can you show us your box? Do you have one?
What? I have one next to me. These are, and I love this one. This is our, I don't know, can you see that? This is our artist box.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anywho, they're Laddystone shapes, but you know, we've grown so much in the last couple of years. So, you know, we should be, I mean, we've done so many different pivots throughout just trying to grow the business. We've kind of moved a little bit away from, or we created a new line. We're doing Tatidzis now. We kind of did the Denancy and Finideni for a while. So sky's the limits. Sky's the limit. So yeah.
And then partnerships also, right? Marie, you did a partnership with Kingfisher.
Yes. Actually, we got to know each other at the ASD a couple of years back, and we got to know each other as two people, just kind of, and meanwhile, we hit it off really good. And you know, I kind of held her hand in a few things, and she enlightened me on a few things, and before you know it, we're sharing the same box. So we're doing tea and cookies with Noni, and it's an awesome friendship, and I see us growing. We're also doing some wholesale for them as well, just to kind of get their reach a little bit farther. And I'm hoping to do that with other people wanting to be in the marketplace. So wherever we can grow as an island, we're all down. We're big on that.
Yeah, and you know, and even in the 10 years that GUM has been around, we found out. I mean, relationships are very critical, especially on a small island like Guam. You know, I mean, you nurture the relationships with your banker, with your partners, with your vendors, and that I think that's very, very critical to nurture and keep those relationships, and also have an open line of communication. I want to throw a question out to all of you guys, and that would be like, why or when should a business consider borrowing? And what factors should that business consider before borrowing?
You know, I guess on the banker's point of view, right? The last case you should borrow or is absolute necessity, right? You need it. You need it to increase efficiency. You need it to grow your business. Whatever the purpose may be, as long as there's a legitimate purpose that you need to, right? And then the secondary one would be what you have to borrow and have that obligation you take out increase revenue. If it's not increasing your revenue or efficiency, then you're putting your business in, you know, a worse situation. You're taking on debt that you didn't need to, and not only are you having to pay an additional debt and an additional expense, but you're not generating any new revenue from that. So as long as you need to, there's a need for it, a defined need, and then it increases revenue. I think those are the two best case scenarios.
That's great. That's a good, but maybe Angel, what misconceptions do your clients have regarding financing when you're working with them? You know, and are there any trends you see regarding financing?
Misconceptions, a lot of times they forget that it's especially if you're a first-time commercial loan borrower, it's based on your personal credit. And oftentimes those are tough discussions to have, but we try to encourage our clients that, being upfront about what's going on in your personal financial situation, fixing it now is best to do now, so that in anticipation of when you absolutely need it, you have it, it's ready to go. So I think the biggest thing is when folks take a look at, especially when we look at the personal guarantees on the loans, sure, it may be used for business purposes, but at the end of the day, you as the owner have to show that, you have since put your own skin in the game. You're looking at investing your own money into it. So looking at that, we see some clients that they're not entirely sure yet. They're still just kind of trying out the idea. So at that point, I'm like, well, if you're not sure, then what makes you think that some other, a bank or something, even to like an aunt, would be like, wow, I can't give you all of that if you're not sure, and if you're giving me that. So I think it's the reassurance part, to really look at, just like I think, as Brandon was saying, is really knowing your market, knowing your product. And I think once you've fully wrapped your head around as much as you can to consume and, make yourself a sponge about your industry, your product, and trying to cover as many things as you can. And really business is trial by fire. But of course it's also really, it's not like other people haven't gone ahead and done what you're already doing. A lot of business ideas are built upon of what others have already done. And so when we're looking at it, in terms of what are misconceptions, it's really looking at fixing your personal credit as well, because your initial loan is going to rely heavily on your own personal financial situation. I mean, when you're filling out commercial loan applications, you have to fill out a personal financial statement listing all of that information. So, sometimes they may not be ready now, but it might take 6 months, 8 months. And that's quite frankly, in the startup, even in expansion, that's just you trying to do business development, R&D. You can still be doing all of that time to fix your credit, doing all of this and getting all your ducks in a row. And just as Maria mentioned, sitting down with your accountant and really looking at what other options are there. Oftentimes, we look at other things other than just a commercial loan. We look at just like how, Tina had mentioned, looking at local programs that are there. So it comes down to a phased approach, just like how Marie had mentioned. A lot of times you come in, and I love it when business owners come in, they have big dreams. And it's like, okay, great. Now, how do we phase that? Because at some point, some steps have to happen before step 5 and step 6. So at this point, it's really, how are we looking at preparing you now, whether it's taking a small loan now, even if it's a micro loan, could be $50,000, you're paying it back. Now you're establishing good merchant credit for your business.
Right.
And then say long, maybe a year down the line, actually have a client that did just that. He got a business loan, a commercial loan, wasn't a SBA guaranteed loan, it was just straight commercial loan through Bank of Guam. And within 8 months, he was able to get a line of credit. So that line of credit really helped him now to fund inventory as well as supplies. And he's, it's just a consistent, flow through, and he's growing and he's doing great. So I think ultimately it's not intimidating. It's just little steps. And I think once we help to put that into perspective for business owners, whether they're starting, whether they're expanding, sometimes, those that are expanding haven't really looked at all their options. And so, sitting down with them and getting all of that information together is key. And one of the things that I do want to just finish off of is really keeping close relationships with your banker, your accountant, your insurance agent, and your lawyer, because depending on how you eventually want to grow the business now or 2 years from now, it takes a lot of that prep, and that goes into cost. And half the time, those are the hidden costs is in those areas. So that, in itself is just plan ahead. That's what I would impart on some of those misconceptions. And trending, I am seeing a lot of folks, how would you say it? They are looking towards grants. And to be honest, it's probably the greatest thing about honestly, I don't ever want to say COVID's a good thing, but post-COVID, I don't know if the government is now really looking at attending to all the niche, all these products that have not had the attention. And if we look at the global status right now, right? The US we're kind of sort of losing some of our top, we're being the top runners here. So the focus now on export and really looking at made in USA and focusing on buying local, that's going to be key. So how we support our local economies are going to be number one. So I always have, when we have clients come through and they're not ready yet to go get a commercial loan, we definitely look at our local programs for them to avail of, get that small micro grant and then build upon from there, use that as your stepping stone.
Right. And that's what we do at GUMA is, we provide sub grants to those small companies. And, from there, we hope and we want to see them grow so that they can, continue working with SBDC and then, be prepared to go to the bank and apply for a business loan or to go to GEDA. GEDA, when should businesses go to GEDA?
So again, GEDA wants to help those businesses that cannot get traditional bank loans for whatever reason. We do take a higher risk client, but we also have to look at ability to pay. So, going off on what you were saying earlier, one of the things that we always look at when we're doing the loans is, yes, you have a great product, but you also have to look at the impact on expenses of expanding. So we look at, are you going to add on with your staff? Are you going to bring in more people? Are you going to bring more increase operational costs? We really look at the operational side as well as the marketing and promotion, just because we have to make sure holistically the business is going to do well. It is high risk, so we really want to take a close look at all of those things. And so, GEDA, if you can't use any of the products that we have available through the bank, we do have a loan program direct that we can help. But again, we look at everything.
Well, thank you for that. And we got a note from your CEO here, from Melanie. It says businesses should, in the least, follow GEDA on social media for updates on the programs. And GEDA has a lot of really, really good programs. Not only the STEP program, but all of the community grants and lots of other programs that your small businesses, nonprofits, and the community are able to, get support, and thank you, GEDA, for that. Thank you for the community grants. GUMA's been successful in getting the GAP grant, and that's really helped us to provide more support to our small businesses.
If I could just real quick, people think they don't have to pay GEDA back, but we are a lender and we do expect payment. So please, that's one myth out there. You don't have to pay GEDA back. We do have Tara and the rest of her compliance team that will go after you for payment. But yeah, we do support, we do want to show that support.
Yeah. Oh, that's very good. And I know that, Mel mentioned it earlier in the beginning, as well as the Lieutenant Governor, about how they're trying to make things simpler and make it easier for small businesses to be successful and to start a business, especially like in the permitting and then providing all this other support with STEP, with supporting GUMA. I wanted to find out from Marie, have you had any challenges in obtaining financing, and how, as a small business owner, being in the business for many years in your other ventures, how can financial institutions and other lenders and programs better support small businesses and make obtaining financing easier?
I think that's a kind of a loaded question, because anything when you deal with finances and stuff like that, especially as a new business, it's kind of scary out there. I mean, just to kind of go back, you have skin in the game and you have personal guarantees, and filling out that first loan application was kind of scary because it's like, oh my God, my house is up. What does that mean? You know, if we don't make this, are they going to come take my house? And so there's a lot of things that when filling out the loan application, it could be daunting and extremely scary if you really don't know what you're getting involved with. So honestly, I think what would make it easier is really having the communication open with your banker. And having them really kind of explain to you what's happening, what do you need, how to go about it, and those things. But it's also good to just kind of do a field trip, just like how you're doing now. I know when I've had several conversations with Tina and those guys, I'm like, hey, I'm looking for this. What do you got? And then I'll call somebody else. Hey, I'm looking for this. What do you got? So it's taking the physical effort to go out and see what's out there and what can be used. And we talked a little bit about COVID and SBA. I mean, one of the benefits of having an SBA guaranteed loan is when they deferred for 3 months, SBA paid my loan payments. So it was amazing to have that and unexpected to have that come through. And what a grace that was for us to have that. So it's really understanding what types of loans are there, talking to the people in charge of the go to the head, go to the person that you feel you're most comfortable with, and GEDA makes it comfortable for us. Bank of Guam made it comfortable for us. I think it's just being truthful and raw, and no question is dumb. Although sometimes mine are dumb, but you know, you don't want to second guess yourself, and you want to be as open as possible and as truthful as possible. And what you don't know, don't pretend and say, oh, okay, and you don't really know. Ask, and make sure you know what you're doing, what you're signing, what are the repercussions, and if there are, what are the backup plans? You know, what are the backup plans? So for us, the efficiency, like what Brandon was saying, is we took that second loan because we wanted to be more efficient. And so by taking that second loan, I had to look back. How can we pay for it? Can we pay for it? If we do this, we'll save money here. So it's really knowing your product, knowing what you're capable of doing. And because you got skin in the game, you really got to go all in. That means you just got to love it, live it, learn it, ask about it, and truly, you know, just be honest with yourself, and be honest with the lender or the organization, and read and talk as much as you possibly can. I think the more communication you have and ask the question, you know, that's what I would do. Don't ever expect that you know something when you really don't. Just say you don't know it. They'll tell you. They have all the answers. They have all the answers.
You know, Maria,
yeah.
I'm glad you brought up the skin in the game, because that's what when we do our Shark Tank and they do the panel review for the incubator funding, that's the question the panel always asks is, do you have skin in the game? You know, and they want to see that. They want to see that you have the passion and the commitment to make your business successful, and they want to see what the owner investment is in your time. And I got this idea, but what are you putting into the company? You know, I know we're up against time here. It's gone really fast, but I'd like to see if you guys can give some parting thoughts or advice to businesses looking for financing.
I can just finish for SBDC. For those folks, you know, I definitely recommend that you just visit the pacificsbdc.com website. All of our services at the SBDC are free for counseling. You will be able to meet with a counselor one-on-one. And we can just schedule a time to meet with you. We're flexible. We can do Zoom, over the phone. You can come into our office. And then if you're interested, maybe you're not sure what kinds of questions, just like how Marie had mentioned, what kind of questions you might have. We do have core business training that we have available on the site. So you can take a look at, you know, when's the next training that we have available. I think the next one is how to start a business after a typhoon. So that might be, you know, something timely if folks are looking into that. But definitely the website for the Pacific SBDC is a great resource to folks. And, you know, you can always call up our office, and, you know, if you have questions, we can be able to assign you to a business advisor, and we'd be happy to help you.
Thank you. Thank you. Brandon?
Yeah, so advice that I have to anyone looking to start a business, any existing business owner is, don't be afraid of the banks. Use this as a resource. We're a partnership, right? We want to see you succeed. We want to lend to you and see your business grow. Like I mentioned, helping fund these local businesses grow and establish their company from again a dream. It only helps stimulate the local economy, and don't be intimidated. We're a resource. I can't speak more enough good things about GEDA and the program. There, like I mentioned, I've been banking for just about 10 years, and if it wasn't for GEDA's programs, there are a couple of prominent businesses now that wouldn't be around if it were not for the business owners to come in and talk to the bank, and then have that partnership with GEDA that allowed them to avail to the guarantee. And that was the last step they needed to start their business. And in the beginning, it's scary, it's intimidating, it's daunting. But like Maria said, that's your skin in the game. And without their belief in themselves and the support from GEDA and the bank, they wouldn't be here today. And there's so many of them.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Tara or Tina?
Well, I'll go ahead and say it. GEDA is now, when we're not going to compete with Brandon or other bank partners for any of our direct loan programs, you have to get a bank denial. So we just wanted to put that out there, and then we can process you through. But we're really excited about the SSBCI program. It really puts businesses at a great advantage to access these funds, whether through the banks or through direct equity investment. We're really excited. We really want to get this money. We really want to commit the funds. So please come in, it's time to make those dreams come true, perhaps. And, let's take Guam to the next level of our economic development. So let's go, businesses. Let's use these funds for us.
And like what was said in the earlier session, we have two industries, and that's tourism and the military. GEDA is at the front runner of a third and a fourth industry, and
Right.
so not only are you trying to develop the industry, assisting businesses to grow, to develop these industries. Marie, I wanted to add, what advice will you give, and what as a business owner, what would you tell young budding entrepreneurs on your journey, and what they can look forward to besides long hours and graying hair?
Thank you. I think that, someone once said, and this is, I'm not even going to say who said this, but if you feel good about what you do, you're honest in what you do, you're passionate about what you do, and just being honest of it, you're going to go far. And I think, whatever it is that you do the best that you can in it every day. Challenge yourself to be better for the next, and not only with yourself, but Guam is too small not to be friendly with your competitors and understanding, and wrap yourself around people that want you to grow. Get close with the bank, whatever bank you choose. You'll get to the point where, they're on speed dial and you're comfortable, because that's where you're going to grow. And, at some point, you don't want to use your own money. You want to be able to get financing from a bank so that your business can grow, and then you can have your own quality of life, whatever that it is. And it shouldn't really, once you get that skin in there, and once you get moving, rely on the bank, rely on those grants, rely on whatever that you can to get your business up and going. So although it is daunting, Just be honest about yourself, your business, and how you move forward. The greater good is always going to be there as long as you keep falling forward. There's going to be falls. You just got to fall forward. And that's what I always tell my team. And the key is really just find your core, find your group, stick with like-minded people, and then nothing can go wrong. And if it does, it's okay. Dust yourself off, and then you just start a new day the next day the best you can. So, and I think Guam is a lot about relationships, and it's a lot about helping the next guy, you know, because I mean, through the years, quite honestly, watching all these young entrepreneurs come up, I mean, it just brings a smile to my face just to see where we've come. We've come so far, and how many years. Not that I'm giving my age or Monica's age or anybody else's age, but we've been doing this for a long time. So it really does. It looks good seeing all these people come up, and it's so inspiring, I hope, to other people trying to get involved. And, you know, the local banks, those are your friends. GEDA are your friends. SBDC are your friends. Just don't give up and keep pushing forward. Keep pushing forward.
All right. Well, thank you, Marie. And I see we're running out of time here, but I wanted to thank our panelists for sharing their knowledge and their expertise. I hope that this panel has provided more insight to all of you and all of our businesses that are looking for financing. And, you know, like everyone here says, it's about relationships. It's about open communication. It's about being honest with you. With who you're dealing with. And you know, let me see if there's any questions on the chat. Oh, there's a note here from Kiyoshi. I think it's to you, Marie. The packaging looks great on the co-branded box. And then, of course, we have all the resources on the chat of the different GEDA loan programs and the contacts. But yes, thank you, everyone. And I might be a few minutes early, Norman, but if it's all right with you, I'd like to hand it back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Monica, and thank you to our panel for a great conversation and for sharing your expertise. The last video for today highlights export and business services that you may want to take advantage of. The videos will feature the Guam Economic Development Authority, Guam Small Business Development Center, Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, Hawaii Pacific Export Council, Guam Unique Merchandise and Art, United States Department of Agriculture, and the U.S. Department of Commerce's U.S. Commercial Services Gold Key Services.
As a food and agriculture business in the Western United States, your goals are simple: to succeed, to grow, to thrive. But in this changing economic landscape, it's not easy. In order to truly meet your goals, you need to reach out, broaden your horizons, look at new markets. And the best way to do that is through exporting. Maybe you've already considered it, or maybe not. Either way, you probably have questions like, what country would want my products? How would I contact buyers or develop a working relationship? And what about things like packaging, competition, international laws and requirements, language barriers? At first blush, it can seem a little overwhelming, but you're not in it alone. In fact, there's an organization specifically designed to make the exporting process simple, straightforward, and affordable. to help you gain new business overseas and, in the end, make you more profitable. That organization? The Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. With more than 35 years of experience, our goal at WUSADA is simple: to take the complications out of exporting, all while creating opportunities, connecting you with the international buyers, and dramatically increasing your reach and revenue. We do it in partnership with the Western State Departments of Agriculture through 3 cost-effective programs. With Fund Match, we provide 50% cost reimbursement on eligible international marketing expenses, increasing your reach while stretching your dollars further. In fact, participants regularly see an ROI of more than 200 to 1 or greater. Global Connect provides companies the opportunity to participate in international trade activities, all totally turnkey and designed for a maximum return. We help connect you with buyers, give you in-country market intelligence, even provide interpreter assistance, all for a minimal cost. And with education resources like market trend webinars and program seminars, we provide valuable market research and timely market insights, keeping you in the know while driving your long-term success. Whether you participate in one of these programs or all 3, you'll start to see the results right away. At WUSADA, we do more than make a promise. We make a difference. You can see it in our results. On average, our participants have reported nearly $1 billion in total export sales yearly. Exporting made easy, made affordable, made profitable. The Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. We can make the world your customer. Exporting is a new way to help you succeed, grow, and thrive. Contact us today to find out exactly how you could benefit from our programs. Sign up for our newsletter to learn more. Like the message? Be sure and share this with others in your industry. Thank you.
business product and you're ready to start selling it internationally. You just need to find some buyers for your product. That's why we would like to tell you about 2 options WUSADA has to help companies meet buyers and learn about different foreign markets. Doing this on your own requires a lot of time and effort, so WUSADA, as part of its Global Connect program, is making the whole process more accessible with their inbound and outbound trade missions. These excellent opportunities eliminate some of the struggles that agribusinesses face, like expensive trips to foreign markets, learning a new culture, and setting up appointments. On an inbound mission, WUSADA sponsors a group of pre-qualified foreign buyers to visit 2 of WUSADA's 13 member states during their time in the U.S., where they will have an opportunity to meet with Western U.S. suppliers in a one-on-one format. Each supplier will be given a 6-foot table where they can set up a presentation of their product, just like at a trade show. Buyers sit down one-on-one with them for windows of 20 to 45 minutes. The missions are a lot like speed dating, but instead of being rushed through 5 minutes of awkward conversation, you get focused, personal time with genuinely interested buyers ready to hear all about your product. Since buyers only have time to visit 2 of WUSADA's 13 member states during an inbound mission, this efficient setup allows suppliers to travel to multiple missions even if it doesn't take place in your home state. Present to interested buyers and get back home all in one day. WUSADA makes it easy to participate regardless of your home state. Let's say you're based in Montana and the inbound mission is taking place in Washington and Arizona. You can hop on a plane in Montana in the morning, meet with the buyers in Washington, and be back home in Big Sky Country by evening. It's a unique, low-cost, time-saving, can't-miss opportunity to meet with the top buyers of U.S. products without having to leave the country. Outbound missions are a fantastic opportunity to meet buyers on their home turf. You'll get the same one-on-one opportunity to promote your product. The added benefit here is that you will get a first-hand look at your potential foreign market, its trends, customs, and preferences. You'll get an in-depth look at food service and retail locations and get some market intelligence from WUSADA's local in-country partners. Since you'll be traveling as a group with other companies, you'll also get the chance to collaborate and share ideas. All the tours and meetings are arranged for you by WUSADA, so all you have to do is focus on promoting your product. The inbound and outbound missions are one-of-a-kind, low-cost, low-stress opportunities to get your product directly in front of the people who can make a difference when it comes to selling your product. Visit our events calendar to find out about upcoming inbound and outbound trade missions and how to register at wusada.org.
Hafa day, everyone. My name is John Holman, and I serve as the Director of the Pacific for the United States Commercial Service, U.S. Department of Commerce. I'm based in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I run an office here that helps companies from across the Pacific, including those on Guam, to sell their products and services internationally. Now, my agency, the U.S. Commercial Service, has offices in 80 countries around the world, most often at the U.S. embassies. And what we do is we help companies of all sizes, from mom and pops and startups all the way up to Fortune 500 companies, to sell their products and services that are made in the U.S. in international markets. Now, one of our core services that we utilize to help companies connect internationally is called the Gold Key service. And that's where you tell us what type of companies or partners you would like to connect with in the markets you're targeting. We tell them about your product or service, and then my colleagues in that country, let's say South Korea, would then contact companies that meet your criteria, tell them about you and your business, and if there's interest on the foreign side, then we'll introduce you to all those pre-screened partners. And because we're the US government, tends to shake out less legitimate partners on the foreign side and give your business immediate credibility in their eyes. And so that's called the Gold Key service. And for small businesses, the cost is $950, and that's to arrange a number of matchmaking meetings with pre-screened, pre-qualified partners. Now you can do a partial gold key, which is where you get interest from prospective partners, and that's called an initial market check, and that costs just $350. Congress requires we charge a little something to cover our costs of setting up these meetings and doing this legwork, but it's a tremendous value for small companies in finding qualified partners. And I also must mention that if your company makes a food or beverage product, then we have to defer to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They have offices in 25 countries, and where we overlap, they handle matchmaking. So many of the major markets in Asia, such as Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, China, Australia, all those markets have a foreign ag service office. So if your product is food or beverage, and you're interested in the gold key in any of those key markets, and we have to defer to USDA. Otherwise, we can support your business, whether it's in architecture and engineering services or apparel products or other consumer goods that you'd be interested in exporting. I hope that helps. And with that, I'll say half a day.
Well, now you guys know where to go. I encourage all of you to reach out to these entities and take advantage of their resources and programs. Our next session, From Shore to Shore, is the last plenary for the day and focuses on shipping your products overseas. Let me once again hand it over to Mel and the rest of the panel.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for staying with us. This is our last session for the day, and it'll actually go, I think we were scheduled to go till 12:45, but I think we'll end right around, I think we'll end well before then, probably more closer to 12 o'clock or so. Nonetheless, we're excited to have our two panelists joining us today. We have Patrick Bullon, Vice President and General Manager of Matson Navigation. We also have Michael Limtiaco, Vice President, Pacific Unlimited, Inc., DBA Pacific Trucking and Fleet Services. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us for our plenary session From Shore to Shore. This discussion will dive a little more into shipping and freight services to international markets and best practices and challenges. I mean, we're just going to kind of talk story for a little while, guys. Provide some much needed inspiration to our entrepreneurs on the meeting, as well as some much needed inspiration, as well as some good old fashioned practical advice for anyone looking to take the leap. Okay, welcome, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and let's get straight to it. Why don't we start with you, Patrick? I've seen Matson's clever commercials. I really like them. I enjoy them very much on TV. But please, for those of us who we have an awareness of what Matson does, but maybe you can give us a little bit more information.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me, and Michael as well. So just a little bit about me. I have over 30 years of experience working in the petroleum and now the shipping industry. And Matson, it's got more than 140-year history of operating ocean carrier container vessels, mainly from the U.S. West Coast into the Pacific Islands. We operate several different routes from the U.S. West Coast through the Central Pacific, which includes Hawaii, Guam, then on to Okinawa, China, and then back to the West Coast. We've also got a service that runs through the north, through Alaska and into China. And then lastly, we've got a route that goes through the South Pacific, which includes places like New Zealand, Fiji, the Cook Islands, American Samoa. And then from Guam, we partner with other ocean carriers such as Seabridge, Kiowa Lines, and Marianas Express Lines. They help us carry cargo from Guam into the CNMI and into Micronesia. In our U.S. West Coast / Hawaii to Guam service. We have 5 Matson vessels that arrive every week. They are some of our newest and largest vessels. And 2 of them actually have what we call roll-on and roll-off capabilities. And so anyone moving a vehicle, and Michael would know this, or heavy equipment really loves that service. But basically break it down, what we really see our mission is to provide a vital lifeline, a supply line into Guam and the surrounding islands. And we take that responsibility very seriously. We're very much a part of this community. So I'm really happy to be here with you all today.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Let's go over to Michael. So Mike, do you want to share with us a little bit about, would you please just give us a little bit of your entrepreneur story, because you weren't always an entrepreneur, right? You've done some time doing all kinds of things. You were a senator.
Well,
you've held
yes,
a number of roles.
Yeah, so half a day to everybody, and good morning. Michael Limtiaco, I'm the Vice President of Pacific Unlimited. Much like Patrick, I've been in the logistics field for over 25 years now. I got my start working for Federal Express when I lived on the mainland, and came back to work and help my family company back in 2007. Now, just to answer your question, our company is very diversified, like any business on Guam. It's a finite market. So, if you want to grow your business, you're going to need to be in many different fields. And Pacific Unlimited has kind of relied on its logistical background and the resources that are needed in order to operate a logistics business, in order to expand into other businesses. For example, being in trucking and transportation, we have a fleet of mechanics that maintain equipment. So we branched off into equipment related businesses with federal contracting, government contracting as such. But what is a material concern for this call is just the logistical portion. And that's those are the fields or the divisions of Pacific Unlimited that I manage. Mainly consolidation from the West Coast, commercial drayage here, as well as specialized heavy cargo moves or break bulk moves. We were the project managers for the Ukudu transport move. I'm sure everybody on this panel was somewhat inconvenienced with that move at one point in time. But that was the largest logistical move in Guam's history, to move those products in that type of weight on Guam's roads with the aging infrastructure. So all of the engineering that had to go into it was pretty crazy. But as far as the panel or the LEAP program, we're heavily involved in third-party logistics. So we understand the challenges of small businesses that cannot fill a full 40-foot container, and there's limited, as Patrick knows, there's limited 20-foot container assets, especially reefers, available into Guam. So you need to have some scale in order to make it profitable for your companies, not just to import into Guam, but if we're looking to export out of Guam, it's also scale is going to be a challenge. With that, that's the introduction. I'm happy to answer any questions on
Beautiful. Thank you. That was very thorough. Turning it over to Patrick at Matson. When Mike just touched on the shortage of reefer space. So as people are making plans, growing their businesses. So right now, Matson is serving, what are kind of the major industries that what is dictating the growth of the fleet serving Guam? Is it primarily the buildup? Is it regional support? What exactly is going on?
That's a good question, and the answer is really in just kind of the state of the economy, right? And what's driving that right now. So obviously there's a lot of activity as far as the Department of Defense activities. Construction is a really big one. But just their own operations, also is increasing. So as more bases get added on, their operations get bigger, and there's going to be sort of operational sustainment cargo, associated with that. But our mainstays, obviously, throughout the years, tourism, has been really important. I think most of us know where we are with that at the moment. It's just kind of trying to get its feet back under it. We're not quite where we were before the pandemic, but it's still a very important pillar in our economy, and we're very hopeful that that's going to increase. But just with the increase in the DoD activities, the bases there's more of them. They're expanding, they're getting bigger. There's more personnel, Department of Defense personnel are going to be coming in associated with that. Not just to be based here, but also just visiting. I mean, we kind of already see it, right? There's a lot of exercises that go on. There's a lot of contractors that come through, a lot of consultants for the military. And those end up being visitors too. So, not in the traditional sense of a tourist, but it's still somebody that's staying in a hotel in the island and is here for weeks, sometimes months. So that's becoming an important part of sort of the visitor industry, I think, in Guam.
So earlier, Mike touched on something that I wanted to delve a little deeper into, and that was reefer space. So on the call, we have a number of entrepreneurs looking to get off the ground. A lot of times that involves the sourcing of raw materials, sometimes perishable materials and things like that. What's the deal with the shortage, or is there a shortage of reefer space, or is there excess demand for reefer space, or what are some of the considerations, I guess, that goes into that?
Yeah, no, that's probably a better way to describe it in terms of the demand for that particular size of reefer. It's so that the higher demand, kind of creates the shortage of availability. It's just a really, convenient size for a lot of reasons. Sometimes, the weight of the cargo, you can't fill up a 40, so then you'll just downsize to a 20, and that's either a dry or a reefer container, and that becomes the more convenient option for shipping, especially in this part of the region. So yeah, really, it's the demand for that size that kind of creates that shortage.
But now
yes,
for the manufacturing side, for those that may not be in like food distribution or a type of perishable items that need to be either chilled or frozen, there's a wealth of resources for freight forwarding that can provide consolidation services off the West Coast to get their raw materials in, whether it's the West Coast or from Asia. There's many freight forwarding resources available for people that need to bring raw materials into Guam. I think the challenge is the reverse logistics. It's okay once you've produced those Guam still made in Guam products. How do you get them off the island? And that's what I was referring to as far as scale. In order to make it economical, we're going to need to cube out, a 20 or 40-foot container to wherever that final destination is going in order to make it profitable for the local entrepreneurs.
As ships come to Guam and then they move, I don't know, is Guam the destination before, for example, the Northern Marianas or the FSM? Are we the first stop before those destinations? So is there is there an abundance of empty space in a reefer, for example, to ship out to FSM and CNMI?
Well, typically that depends on where the cargo is coming from, because if you're originating, the cargo booking is originating from Guam, so you'll have to fill up that container in Guam. If it starts from the U.S., then you've got to fill it up in the U.S. I think what Mike's referring to, and he's absolutely right, is the key point there is you've got to fill up that container. You're not able to, that there's a space in the container that, basically you're going to pay the same amount for that space, whether it's filled or not. So you want to be as efficient, in utilizing that and cost effective to fill that up. And that's where the scale comes in, which is what he was referring to.
Could you see, Mike, a collective effort to consolidate among Guam small businesses is something that could be done to service, let's say, our islands near us, such as CNMI or the FSM. So I'll give you an example. So for example, in the chat box, we have Gary Tanaka from Coconut Tree Company saying, is there the ability to share reefer space with other businesses? I might not need to fill a 40-foot or 20-foot reefer. And so my thoughts are just, can Gary put one pallet of coconut candy, and then can Lenny put one pallet of Denancy, and then someone else, I'll put in the basil I grow in my and package from my backyard, or things along those lines. You hear what I'm getting at here? Is that first off, is that a possibility? Can that come together? Can people come together and do something like that, a project like that?
Yeah, absolutely. But it all goes back to scale, and in order to make it profitable for those companies, there needs to be enough to make it so that their products can still retain some sort of affordability. And of course, the more you tube out that container, the better the margins, because you're not spending that in shipping costs. So we do that right now for perishable items coming out of the West Coast. So we consolidate a lot of shippers that can't fill a 20 or 40 foot. Some people only have a pallet of product. They can ship it to us. We consolidate it into a reefer. We bring it into Guam, dray it from the port. We can either provide storage for those products at our cold storage facility, or they can make it available for pickup. So that same model, that same sort of model that I just described can be done out of Guam, as long as there's scale. Now, if there's not scale, I would recommend that those vendors or entrepreneurs reach out to the companies that do business in those the CNMI or the FSM. So if Gary or Lenny is looking for frozen reefer space or even chilled reefer space, I would recommend they reach out to Triple J 5-Star, which does business on Guam, Saipan, and parts of the FSM, and they can potentially ride on their consolidations from Guam. Now, that's granted if they're not already shipping direct from the U.S., because they do that. But that could be a potential resource. Any multi-Pacific, I don't know if they're multinational, but any multinational that do business on Guam, Saipan, and those locations might be a resource for those entrepreneurs. But if there's enough of them, Patrick, I believe we can get 20-foot reefer space into Saipan and the FSM, right, from Guam?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so we can fill and cube a 20-footer, but you're going to need to maintain the cold chain to do that. So you're going to have to work with a consolidator, a cold storage facility, so that you can maintain the food chain for those products, so that you don't have a food safety issue.
Now, does it work the other way around? Okay, and I'll follow this up with my idea. So GEDA recently had a trade mission out to Palau, funded by WUSADA, and some of the discussion had to do with, I make this type of cosmetic or this type of product that involves coconut oil, for example. There's more of an abundance of coconut oil out of Palau because of no rhino beetle issues versus Guam. I, for example, have a lot of family in the FSM. I would like to bring in Pohnpei bananas, right? Does it go the other way, or once it leaves Guam, gets to Pohnpei, does it go back towards California? Does it continue going towards Hawaii, California? Does the ship come back to Guam?
I'll let Patrick speak to that, because I know he's familiar with those trade lanes.
Yeah, Mike knows the answer too, but he's good. Thanks, Mike. They do eventually make their way back to Guam, but it's not a back and direct back. It's not back and forth directly between the 2 points. Shipping lanes, when they hit multiple ports, they usually move in a direction. So they'll sort of like think of it like a clock, clockwise or counterclockwise. And so they don't necessarily, go directly back to the port they came from if they're hitting multiple ports. And so, for instance, if you'd mentioned Palau, so what'll happen is that's probably going to be Mariana's Express lines. Their point of origin sort of is actually Asia. So they'll start out somewhere in Asia. They'll come through Saipan and Guam, and then they'll go on to Yap and Palau. But they won't come back to Guam directly. They continue back to their origin port, which is Asia, and then circle back around. So you've got to be mindful of the transit times, that's involved in sort of their routes. And the same thing would be for Pohnpei. The vessels come from Asia, come into Guam, pick up cargo, drop off some cargo, then they continue out to the east of Micronesia throughout all those eastern islands, all the way to the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and then they go all the way back to Asia and then come back to Guam. So quite a long transit time, when you look at it from that perspective.
So it just depends on the direction of the ship. No, I definitely understand that. Now, we recently, GEDA, during WUSADA's on the ground visit here, prior to the Palau trip, some of the discussion we had talked about was the kind of support local entrepreneurs need. And one of the pieces of support we said was, can you subsidize shipping so that Guam folks can compete with stateside or when exporting their goods and so on and so forth. And the answer we got to that was no trade subsidies. So not at the federal level, but I would imagine some clever senator up over at the legislature could possibly work something like that out. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, to pilot such a program. So now let's go back to this idea of working with your freight forwarders and consolidators. Do all of the islands, does Guam, the FSM, Northern Mariana, do they all have consolidators and freight forwarders that we can work with?
Yeah, there's quite a few companies on Guam that do business throughout the Marianas and the FSM. So Triple B, CTSI, just to name a few. I think Pat might know of some others, but I know that we're currently doing a project in Palau right now, and we're using Triple B to get our products there. DHL as well, if it's if it's perishable and needs to be there in a very timely manner, you can also ship via DHL into some of these locations.
Great. Now, how early on should or rather, maybe Mike, you can answer this. When an entrepreneur is doing their research, so they say something to the effect of, I'd like to bring in this type of food. I'd like to bring in organic strawberries from Oregon. And this is what I want to do. And I have this great farmer friend, and I want this to be, I want this to be people to get the best strawberries during strawberry season, so on and so forth. How early on in the planning process or in the business plan writing, can they visit you when they're writing a business plan, or visit somebody to get an idea of what the shipping would cost? What are some of the things they need to keep in mind? Is it strictly the weight, the volume, what are we talking about as far as planning concerns?
It all depends on the perishability of the items. If it's strawberries, you're looking at a very highly perishable product that you need to maintain the cold chain from when it gets tendered to what has to be air cargo. When it gets tendered to that air cargo freight forwarder, until it arrives here, that cold chain needs to be preserved, or else the strawberries, and it goes both ways. It can't be too cold and it can't be too hot. It's got to be just right, or else you impact. And we do this right now. We bring in fresh fruits and vegetables from everywhere in the U.S. into Guam. Some of which go air freight, some of which go ocean freight, such as your stone fruit, like your melons. Those can go ocean freight, but any of your berries or your leafy greens, those all have to go via air cargo. But there's a lot of companies that on Guam that provide the service. CFI, for example, does a lot of the work for some of the grocery stores and wholesalers here already. So they're a great resource. They can be found on the web. They're Consolidated Freight Forwarders International. Look them up on the web for whoever's listening or interested. That's one of them. It's a company that we use as well, and that's a good resource. But if they're trying to make their cost model to determine the profitability of the business, they're going to want to make sure that they have all the cost components figured out before they pull the trigger on it.
Right. No, most definitely. What about customs and duties, Mike? When you were getting your business, when Pacific Unlimited was really getting its sea legs with the perishables and things like that, did you hire a consultant to work through any types of customs issues or agriculture, that type of thing?
Mm-hmm. Customs from the U.S. into Guam is fairly straightforward. It's very easy process coming from the U.S. Coming from Asia, like Korea, for example, you're going to need to make sure that those exporters have phytosanitary permits. But Guam Customs is very easy to work with. You know, they're always willing to advise a customer before they bring it in. Don't make the mistake of bringing it in and figuring out whether it can come into the island, because there's certain soil issues and bug issues that if it comes in and they're detected with that, the expense to dispose of it or to ship it back, because those are the only two choices you have, are very expensive to do. So you want to make sure you get with customs and make sure that you can import whatever you want to import into Guam before you pull the trigger. Because, for example, there was a new regulation on dragon fruit from certain South American countries that just came out. And we've been, you know, the dragon fruit was imported into the United States already. So this product was originating from the United States, or I should say shipping from the United States, but I think it was imported from a South American country. There's a recent USDA notice out there that cannot be re-imported into 2 US destinations. So we actually had to pay rubbish men to sanitize it before they dispose of it. And that is a very, very costly move. So there's a lot, the regulations change all the time, but Guam Customs is really good about advising anybody that's importing product like that into Guam.
How unfortunate. I love dragon fruit. I can't imagine all that beautiful dragon fruit.
Hey, we have dragon fruit on Guam.
We do. We sure do. It does grow in Guam. It grows in Guam and grows in Saipan as well. I've seen all the different kinds. Do you think there's any, you know, just going back to this idea of regional trade development? So as businesses such as Coconut Tree Company or Denancy, or even Bella Wings with a non-perishable type of item, there's this idea of interregional trade, which is or trade with Guam, the Northern Marianas, and do you see any advantage in that versus just going for it and going out there, trying to export back to when I say export, I mean like back to the U.S. mainland or to or direct to Asia. Can we discuss kind of your thoughts on your perspectives on both? Why don't we start with you, Patrick?
Yeah, sure. And I guess, you know, it kind of goes back to what Mike had mentioned earlier is the scale. But maybe what I'd add to that is just, you know, what type of product do you have? You know, how much in demand would it be? Just thinking off the top of my head is, you know, there's a lot of potential raw materials. You know, examples from our region, you know, are things like, you know, tuna, and you'd mentioned, you know, coconuts and coconut oil. Those are, well, tuna is still really a big industry out here in the islands. Not so much Guam, but, you know, the islands. And coconut used to be everywhere. Coconut and coconut oil, especially copra. You know, we still see some small scale stuff, you know, happening within the region, you know, some agriculture, reef fish, right? Beetle nut comes in from Yap. I mean, it's just an incredible amount of beetle nut coming in from Yap. But, you know, those are sort of raw materials. And I guess maybe something I would offer up is, you know, think beyond just raw materials that we can produce here. You get more money if you upscale your product, you know, create a higher value product. And maybe you're bringing in raw materials, but, you know, do something with it, turn it into something more profitable, more valuable, more higher margin. You know, understand where the demand might be, where your market is. Yeah, that would be my offer.
All right, so go beyond raw materials. And Mike, what about you?
You know, I think, you know, when we're talking about interregional trade, I think those entrepreneurs that are looking to expand their business need to really talk about market size, right? I mean, you know, and the cultures between Guam and Saipan are very similar. So, you know, coconut candy on Guam, coconut candy in Saipan, you know, these are very similar products. So you're up against a, you know, competition for, you know, in those regions. But I would encourage those entrepreneurs to look outside into larger markets and maybe even consider not manufacturing on Guam. And I know this might be, you know, counterproductive or counterintuitive for this forum, but larger markets in the United States present a bigger opportunity. looking at third-party manufacturing in, any state in the US to produce a similar quality product with the Guam branding and the name recognition from these businesses on Guam, could be a much bigger market for those products to be sold into. So, if you can imagine any one of these products, and I'll give you an example. We worked with Mescla to develop pre-marinated 3-pound chicken packets for the Guam market. So this is a Chamorro company branded by Mescla. It's sold in Payless and Cautious, and it's a 3-pound pack of chicken with Mescla's recipe as well as short rib recipes. Now, you selling that into the Guam market can be a challenge because there's a lot of people that know how to cook already, right? So a lot of people have their own barbecue recipe, and they're like, hey,
that doesn't taste like my dad's own marinade.
Yeah, that's not my uncle's best. So, that's the challenge, right? But having that product in the US, where there's a lot of Chamorros that live and maybe want a taste of home, just like maybe Gary's coconut candy recipe, that might be something that not only presents a bigger opportunity from a market size, but you can eliminate a lot of the costs. So shipping raw material into Guam and then shipping it back out presents a huge cost to that to their product. So consider third-party manufacturing in the United States for distribution and sell in the United States as a larger potential market. And then you got to, I think I read a statistic somewhere that there's more Chamorros that live in the US than that live on Guam. So, if the market is Chamorro, people that understand the Chamorro culture, the Chamorro taste profile, that's an opportunity.
No, most definitely. And I think that was something that during all of our discussions with the organization, during all of GEDA's discussions with organizations like Western US Agriculture Trade Association, WSADA, was we were saying, when we were when we were talking about exporting, we were saying, well, there's a lot of Chamorros in California, and they're like, exporting is not America to America, guys. Exporting is America to international, such as Palau. And we would say, wait, what? And it was one of those moments where we were thinking, oh, how interesting. So we're talking about outside of the US, but for us in my mind, exporting, when I think of the natural next step for the coconut candy would be Chamorros in San use it as party favors for your wedding and that sort of thing. And so that's no, most definitely. Have you explored the use of third-party manufacturers for anything in particular, or for any ideas of your own, Mike?
Yeah, so the Mescla product is a third-party manufacturer from a company in a meat packer in California. So they produce it in California. We ship it to Guam and sell it, but we're also working on distribution.
So the idea, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The idea is conceived by Mescla, by Chef Peter Dueñas.
The recipe.
The recipe. He said, this is the recipe. I'm going to and then we identify a meat guy in the States. The meat guy gets this together, and we check it for quality and so on and so forth. And then from there, from the mainland, it's deployed back to Guam for Costco and Payless, but it's also deployed to Wegmans and Whole Foods. Theoretically, one can argue that you could potentially do something along those lines.
Yeah, so Pacific Unlimited worked with Mescla at this business opportunity. We presented them with the vendors that had the capability of doing it. We went through several iterations of sampling to make sure that the product quality was where Mescla wanted it to be, and then we deployed it to Guam. We haven't, and that was right during the pandemic. So it started during the pandemic, and then we lost momentum during the pandemic because a lot of things were shut down. So we're looking to find sales channels in the US. So any company here that wants to pursue that, they can do the same thing. If they want to reach out to us, great. If they want to reach out directly to a packer or a third-party manufacturer, I would encourage them to do that. But we've done it once. We can help if anybody's interested. But the same thing, so for the coconut candy, for the cosmetic side of if they have a special branding or a special recipe that they feel that can sell and that can be promoted, then there's always that cost model that might make the barriers to entry and overcoming some of the logistical challenges of getting raw materials into Guam. And I understand that the Made in Guam is the kind of attraction, and the Guam seal is kind of the attraction, but an alternative to that, to overcome some of these cost prohibitive logistics challenges, that's another opportunity.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much. What are some common misunderstandings that customers might have about the shipping and logistics process? Patrick, back to you.
Misunderstandings.
Do people think stuff moves faster than it does? Maybe.
Well, I think, yeah, maybe just, realizing that, someone like us, like an ocean carrier, it can handle, sort of all the services, right? I mean, you've got, Mike's business is a freight forwarder. He's a great resource, a great sort of service provider to turn to. When it comes to an ocean carrier like ourselves, some people that aren't accustomed to working this sort of industry, they sometimes misunderstand that we can handle everything from end to end. And one area is like customs clearance. We need to understand that it's really the shipper or the consul's responsibility to make sure they can handle the customs clearance. Even though service providers, like Mike's company can help with that, it's still the responsibility of the shipper constantly to know the use requirements, but also anything else that might apply. There's USDA, there's Department of Agriculture, there's other regulations they need to understand. So it's just making sure you do understand all those requirements before you import or export anything.
Great. And how about you, Mike? Any common misunderstandings or misconceptions that, in your experience, Guam businesses have about the shipping and logistics process that your companies help navigate through?
So for dry items, there's a lot of resources out there, because there's consolidators and freight forwarders that build what they call FAK containers, freights of all kind. They can mix and match freight. So anything that's a dry, non-climate controlled product, those resources are all out there and easily obtainable for anybody wanting to ship into Guam. When you get into the refrigerated space, that becomes a challenge because there's just not enough demand of smaller vendors to fill chilled and refrigerator containers. So some people think it's as easy as just sending it over to a freight forwarder, but that is really a challenge. It's hard, and even if you do find a consolidator, the frequency is going to be, you need to build that into your lead time, because in order to get enough product to fill the containers, sometimes that means we keep rolling the booking date, right? So you might have a scheduled ship date, but you just aren't quite there in cubing out the container. So you're going to roll that ship date. So if you have a sell pending, if like someone's looking forward to making that sell to pay less, but they're waiting on their product to get here, and they don't consider the lead time, you might lose that sell, and it comes in the next week, and now you have inventory sitting because you missed you missed your delivery window. So people that are looking to do that need to consider that they need to plan for a proper supply chain lead time to make sure they take those potential delays into consideration. But yeah, I think, but if it's a dry product, lots of resources available to people shipping into Guam.
Great. We have a couple questions in the chat box from Gary Tanaka. Mike mentioned businesses that could possibly hold or store frozen items. We small businesses don't yet have the capability. Could you mention those businesses again?
Businesses that provide cold storage services?
Yes. Yes. Don't you have this? Isn't that one of your services? Do you do that at Pacific Unlimited?
Yes.
Night?
Yes,
Yes,
we
you do.
provide third-party logistics services, both consolidation from the West Coast into Guam, storage and distribution. So we provide that service. I don't know of many other companies that solely provide third-party logistics. but I know that there are several food wholesalers out there that would accommodate those requests. So they should reach out to the wholesalers, the food wholesalers on Guam. Of course, I would prefer you just call me, but I mean, you're welcome to shop around, but you check on all the wholesalers. They might be able to assist.
Right. Just call Mike because he has a
Yeah.
wealth of knowledge and experience. All right. Now, I think this is going to be a question for Patrick. What is the actual time from when the boat arrives to when the vendor has access to the shipment? Is there consideration for weekend arrivals? So I know it's Matson, it's the Port Authority's operations, it's the trucking company, right? It's a number of considerations, right?
Yeah, there is. Typically, it's pretty straightforward. So I'll just use Matson as an example. But this could apply to the different carriers as well. For instance, we'll come in usually on a Tuesday, first thing in the morning. And our vessel operation usually takes about 20 to 24 hours. So that Tuesday, we're in the process of discharging all the cargo, and then later in the evening, we load back empties and any exports. And by Wednesday morning, Mike's coming in and he's starting to pull containers out, first thing Wednesday morning. In between there needs to be customs clearance has to be done. And so you've got to have all your documentation, but that can usually be done on the Tuesday when the ship arrives, plenty of time. If there is a weekend arrival for any of the carriers, potentially there are, special services that can be arranged for either with the port or with customs. You usually have to work with the ocean carrier, if they're willing to assist with that, or you can reach out to, these entities directly. But typically the ships will arrive during the week and not typically on the weekends.
Yeah, and both reefer and hazmat containers, they have priority, right? So those are first off the vessel, right, Pat? So typically those have the priority to get dispatched. But people should keep in mind that, there's lead time. You need to provide lead time to tender it to the shipping line, right? Typically they Pat, you guys sell out of the West Coast every Wednesday, right? Is that Wednesday's the sell date?
From the West Coast, yes.
Yeah. So, you need lead time prior to that. And then you need lead time, as Pat was mentioning, from when the container arrives here. You got to account for, customs clearance. If your documentation is not in order, that will delay the clearance of the container. You might get hit with the tag hold or X-ray hold where they're going to detain your container during inspection. So from when it comes in, you need a plan for at least 2 to 3 days to tender or to dray your container out of the port.
Yeah, because you'll need to work with trucking services, which Mike also offers, and usually there's a schedule that's already in place. He'll be pulling out the sort of the regular, high priority sort of items initially that first day. And there's, other things will happen subsequent days, 2 or 3 days later, as you mentioned.
Right. I wanted to do a last call for questions in the chat box. I don't see any questions right now beyond the 2 that I asked earlier. As we're nearing the 12 o'clock hour. So a couple things while we see if there's anything new that appears in the chat box. It appears, just to summarize this very beneficial last half hour with you gentlemen, storage and logistics can be daunting, but not if you have Mike Limtiaco's number.
There's a lot of companies out there, but happy to provide any information I can and refer anybody to any of the other companies that are doing it too.
One entrepreneur to another. I like it. cold temp or temperature controlled products versus non-temperature controlled products is a whole different set of issues. Consider working with your wholesalers, especially if you're looking towards the Federated States of Micronesia, in addition to the CNMI. Consider approaching your wholesalers to see if you can get your product in with their regular shipments. Look beyond raw materials as far as regional trade is concerned. Customs US to US is fairly straightforward, no big deal, but once we start getting out there, that's when it gets a little more complicated. And one emerging thing that I've been noticing is just this idea of I think and this is where I think in meetings like this and gathering like this builds community. And if community comes together to co-op what it is that have common goals. So if we all say, oh, we're all here because we have a desire to go beyond Guam and take the leap, then we can come together almost like a cooperative type of relationship. And then a GEDA can serve as the coordinator in conjunction with a freight forwarder or consolidator and say, hey, this is how the government can help, at least pilot some kind of proof of concept for our local entrepreneurs of both food products, non-food products, temperature controlled, non-temperature controlled, and so on and so forth. Oh, and we have one last question. I know this is a little off topic, but with regards to customs clearance, is there an agency or department that regulates soap?
The import of soap or the export?
Sounds like I believe it's the export. It's from Joy Santos from Noni company. So they're producing the raw material here, they're producing here, and they're sending it off. I'm thinking about that myself. The only thing I can think of is if a specific country has cosmetics are usually regulated by the FDA, but soap is typically regulated by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Do we have a Guam office or affiliate? I don't believe we do. Melvin, do you know anything about this? This is something we can look into and get back to you on. As far as we know, we don't believe that you require any kind of special sanitation permitting or anything like that from public health. Let's please not involve them. And I think what you would look at is specific to the export market. It would be every respective country's rules concerning ingredients that you can have in your products. We will ask. I think WUSADA might be a good source for this question. If anyone doesn't, if you guys don't have an answer.
Yeah, most companies use the harmonized code system. I think we're moving to that, right, Pat? I think there's some push to, because right now people that import into Guam, we're not on the harmonized code program, but most other countries are. So that's how you would identify the requirements for each harmonized code based on, it's whatever soap or whatever type of soap that falls under. So if you're exporting out, you need to get that harmonized code and check with the country that you're exporting into on how.
Harmonized code's like a barcode or like a DUNS number.
It's a code that's associated with each commodity. It's used worldwide for whatever reason. Guam is kind of missed the boat on it, adopting it. But I think I've seen some comms, Pat, maybe in the last 6 months that suggested that we might be moving towards it.
It's been something that's been talked about a long time, as Mike referred to. There's a lot of activity happening right now, though, with and Guam Customs is leading the way on that. Ultimately, they want to get to an online platform to do customs clearance. We already use that when we fly in as passengers at the airport. It's very simple, though. And a lot of the other countries, as Mike mentioned, have already adopted the harmonized code, which is an enabler to get an online platform for commerce clearance, customs clearance, which is, what Guam does not have right now. Customs clearance in Guam is all papers, and stampings and stuff like that. It's a manual system. But the harmonized code is what the entire world is using, and every product has a number assigned to it. So, for instance, peas, right, in a pot might have one code, but frozen peas has a slightly different code to identify it as it's frozen, it's already shelved or whatever. So every conceivable commodity out there has a code assigned to it to identify it properly. That's what Mike is referring to.
All right. I look, and it looks like Wusada answered Joy's question concerning reaching out concerning soap. A general question about expanding a digital, a digital product. Let's see here. When considering global expansion for a digital product, what strategies, networking methods should an app startup employ to transition in its presence from Guam to neighboring islands and subsequently into Asian markets? Additionally, how could we approach meeting with representatives for other islands and countries to learn to accommodate diverse cultures and understand user experiences during this expansion? Now, that's a very good question. I will go ahead and take a stab at that on behalf of GEDA. When you're considering global expansion for digital product, one thing to consider is that there are many organizations that already have a network outside of Guam. So I'll give you a couple examples. The Guam Economic Development Authority has very strong ties with the Taiwan Economic Office here, kind of like the Taiwan consulate. That is exactly their mission, is to promote trade between our two countries. In addition, you have with the Guam Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Chamber sister organizations, sister and brother organizations in other countries in Asia. That's a great way to develop a network. And that's how I would network. But I know that with apps in particular, the community gets a little bit smaller. So I think what has to happen is you have to start with this very broad, it has to be kind of a funneled approach where you start broad and then you kind of narrow it down, and asking yourself the question, I mean, how important is it for you to go to neighboring islands first and then other countries? Do you want to just do it all simultaneously? Is your app dependent upon the use of users in other islands, right? And so on and so forth. And then in addition, I would look up incubators that might serve your specific niche. So if you're a woman-owned business, a woman of color, there are incubator types of organizations out there to support you. And that's something that GEDA is really trying to strengthen our ties as well with, and trying to resource as well, is areas that support niche business, not special interest groups so much as groups of special populations. So women-owned businesses, local-owned businesses, and so on and so forth. And then if we have anyone else that'd like to chime in to answer that question, please feel free on the chat box. I don't know if Mike or Patrick, if either one of you want to take a stab at that question.
Not on the IT side. I don't know the digital side of it. No.
Yeah,
I don't know anything more than what you've said already.
Yeah.
My one thing that I find is that Guam seems to have an abundance. What we've observed here at GEDA over the last several years is that there's an abundance of makers and producers. So you're talking about your food items and your handmade items and things along those lines. But the service related stuff, being able to provide services that digitally, products digitally and things like that, there's less support and resources out there, and it's such a vast there's so much, I mean, and it doesn't require making anything at all. And so that's something that we've been looking into, just to do more and to do more. And in fact, in our developing our strategic plan, we called it innovation incubators. So working with groups that encourage startups in areas such as app development, gaming, and so on and so forth. So stay tuned, Lourdes. All right. With that, let's see, we're nearing, or 12:05. It's just about lunchtime for most of our attendees here in Guam. And for those abroad, thank you for staying on the call with us. Thank you, gentlemen, for your knowledge and your insight. I'm sure both of you have very, very busy schedules, and we certainly appreciate the time that you've taken to impart your knowledge on our entrepreneurs who are looking to take the leap. Any closing thoughts from either one of you?
No, I mean, like I have offered earlier, anybody that has any additional questions and needs guidance, feel free, reach out to me. I'd be happy to talk with them.
Great. Patrick?
Oh, just thank you for having Mike and I on. This was fun. And if you need Mike's number, call me.
I'll refer you to Pat.
Yeah, right.
Patrick, I would really appreciate another, December is near.
Yes. No problem.
And I would really like another one of these. Please keep me, don't ever take me off the whatever list I got on to get that nice desk calendar.
My wife looks forward to those mail every year.
They're so
Yeah.
neat. They're so
Yeah.
neat and so practical. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and turn it over back to Norm.
Thanks, everybody.
Well, thank you to all our panelists. That was a lot to unpackage, and there I hope folks now have a better understanding of export shipping logistics. I want to thank all of you for attending today's conference and for staying with me till the end. I'm glad to have been part of this and look forward to the stories that come out of today's conversations. I hope that many of you take something from this conference, whether it's resources and tidbits that can help your business, inspiration that you find from the stories we heard today, and lessons learned from others. I hope to see you again next year. And if the rumors are correct, I believe we'll be doing this live for the first time. So let me now hand it back to GEDA CEO and Administrator Melanie Mendiola to formally close out today's event.
Thank you, Norm, again. Thank you, Norm, once again for the third time. Thank you, Norm, again for once again being our MC for the third annual Taking the Leap. I'd also like to thank again the Lieutenant Governor for providing opening remarks this morning, all of our panelists, and I'd also like to do a special shout out to my board members who joined us for today, the board members of the Guam Economic Development Authority, Director Park and Director Doreen Crisostomo. And yes, we will be doing this live next year. So Taking the Leap live. We'll have a full day highlighting experts, companies, videos, resources. All of you get ready for next year. Stay tuned. To all of our speakers, again, thank you for sharing your stories, your expertise. It's a lot of inspiration and a lot of practical knowledge for all of our attendees. And for all of our attendees, both locally and elsewhere, thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again when we once again take the leap.